Hi there. Morning.
Hi.
How are you?
How are you all?
Good.
Missed you all.
Yeah.
It seemed like a normal day.
I know, right?
Good, 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 yeah. I'm going to talk to him. I understand.
He's on the second house. Yeah, they just threw house and home in first. And truck too. That,
What did they do?
oh, they're just wild.
Yeah.
They're in the terrible too. They're in the chewing state. I can't keep a water hose.
They do get over it. They'll-
Yeah, they're gonna get over it or.
I'll tell you what, get them. What they told me to do is get they, you can get them from chewing. Elkhorns and other things. I'll write them down, I can't think of what they are, but it stops them from chewing other stuff, they love it. I just have them all in the house, since I can't consume.
I know we've actually cleaned some of the furniture out of there and put it in the second bedroom, just so they can't get to it, you know?
She chewed up everything,
Mhm.
and you can't give her stuff toys.
Oh, they're shreds.
Yeah.
I mean, we got little pieces of them. They love to play with them.
They swallow the beads.
They don't swallow those. They tug of war with them. They're just-
How old are they? They're over here.
They're about a week shy of 10 months.
Oh,
You've got a long time to go.
Almost 14 months.
And we just had them fixed, a
Oh,
month ago. It did. Well, it didn't slow them down any, but it took a lot of the fighting out of them, you know. They were just like brother and sister fighting all the time. That slowed them down there. It helped a little bit, you know, it did.
They're not far along yet.
No, well, I hope they are. It says they're fully developed as far as size. Now they're going
They're
to
gonna fill out.
fill out now, you know. And he was 88 pounds. And she's 58.
I took her to Shady Oaks. I had to go use a couple of days and stuff back, and I had never boarded her before, but I took her out there. She loved it. They go to the pond, she did swimming. They're out all day. Better about it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
future.
Because it's always nice to have that just in case of an emergency, which,
Reservation, like, well, forever.
oh, you're kidding. Oh.
That's probably 3 or 4 weeks ago. I had some concrete work done in the backyard. And he was playing in the dirt pile. They were playing King of the Mountain.
Good.
Well, what is it they say? If you want your dirt spread out in the yard.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Just get 2 kids.
Yeah. Get 2 dogs.
It's a dog, yeah. She's black, right?
She's black. She be black.
Oh, how cute.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a horse. And there they are waiting for my wife to come home from mowing the grass.
Oh, that's cute.
That's where they
I
lay.
just waited at the door for
Mhm.
They like mom. Huh?
No, wait, so whatever door I go out.
Mhm. That's what, that's
I
right.
go out the back door, she's in.
Then they'll run back and forth because they think she's over at the other door.
You and kennel. They have kennels in the house.
No,
Yeah, so she goes there.
no.
Only if I'm not home, you know.
Oh. You see, that's why you keep them, because of these cute little kids.
Right.
That's right.
We need a few more of those.
Yes, and then they look up at you and say, okay, we've done this enough. We
We
got you. Let's go play.
We got those kid gates at the door, keep them out of the carpet rooms. They're in the tile. Oh, yes, definitely. Yeah, I'll be sitting there in a chair and if she wants to go out, she'll come out and lick my hand and run to the door. So I know it's time. So that's a good thing. Yeah.
Is,
Peggy won't be here. She's,
Shutter Guilders.
no, she's under the weather. She said she has bronchitis, but Ron thinks it's probably COVID, and I would probably agree. At least that would be the logical.
I would start testing.
And she's
Everyone. Almost everyone I know off a cruise is.
well,
Well, you have to flight, fly back in Turkey.
They flew somewhere and then got on the boat
Yeah, and then they had to fly back, so,
in the flight too.
yeah. I think the flights are.
Mhm.
They say lights are, the air is totally circulating all the time.
Yeah.
It's the same air though.
Yeah,
Yeah, I used to always take antibiotics before I flew because I would always come down with sore throat. Yeah.
and that, yeah, and I think it's that air is so dry.
It's dry, yeah.
It's blowing out of those nozzles.
She's sick on the cruise.
I don't,
She didn't say anything to me about it. She said she was having it.
and I know when I fly, I always have that nozzle pointing right on me.
Getting excited.
nah, not really. On about my weed. I got it going, so I've been weeding. I mean, the backyard. Just my wife has this thing about. She's real big with plants and flowers and stuff. So yeah, well, so. And she can't keep up with it all. At least after Harvey, what she did is she kind of focalized things, put in pots and things like that. So the driveway is full of potted plants and all kinds of stuff. And then she's got stuff scattered all over the yard, and got to where I couldn't cut the grass. Right? Of course, the backyard's always, at least for the last number of years, always been kind of overgrown.
Canal?
Yeah, we're right on Salt Lake, right across from the channel that goes into Coconut. And so anyway, I finally got one. Finally, I just got around to using the weed, and I've been going after that for the last number of weeks.
That can be tiring.
Well, yeah. And I
had a kid. That's what-
Yeah,
that's my
right.
Solution.
Reggie,
I have some.
I'm not allowed on weed.
You know what?
I'm not allowed to.
Oh, it really looks like a
Well, I take it down to the ground.
Yeah, right.
isn't that what you're supposed to do?
Yeah. And don't climb so close to the fence, I can't get the mower in between. That's another subject. I'm not allowed on the weed eater, which is fine with me.
I get tired of it breaking and having to.
For whatever reason.
It just drives, no, that's why I have somebody come in and do it. Because it's just-
Well, it's going on, it's been at least 2 years, this thing has been sitting in the back of my truck. No, I put gas in it and it 2 pulls and it started right up. And it's been working great. And the line that I got is, it's Echo branded, but I don't know if it makes it any different or better, but it seems like it lasts a good long time. And I put, let's see, it takes, about 5 feet, two sections, 2 lengths of 5 feet, which the YouTube video was helpful because the guy said, rather than getting out a ruler or something like that, just stand on it, hold it, right? You can tell 5 feet. Winds onto the thing pretty quickly now that I know how to do that. And,
Is it gas powered or?
yeah, it's gas, a mixture. And I got a harness,
Oh, it's okay.
so it kind of hangs.
It's not as heavy.
Yeah, it's not like I'm holding it all the time.
Yeah, because the gasoline really weighs it.
Yeah. So anyway, been doing that. Got my mower fixed. I was my mower, which is great for our yard because of all the big plants you got all over the place. It's a 0-turn mower.
Mhm.
And it's a 30-inch deck, which is one blade and it's pretty narrow. which is great, you know, maneuvering around all these damn plants and stuff.
Maybe we should have hints.
Don't
Yeah,
put that- don't put
yeah,
that-
yeah.
So.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Wait,
Hey,
and it took me a while, because I've got two trailers, I got one up in Wood Clare and one down here. And the one down here, and she's got this thing about, the way she weeds is, she uses a little hand hoe, and she pulls up the garden, and she doesn't, you know, see if I cut it, and keep it cut, it will eventually kind of grow back. And so anyway, the mower, I needed to take the mower in to get it worked on. Right? So I finally had to bring my other trailer back because she's got all these bags. The way she does it, she's got huge lawn and leaf bags that she puts all this grass in that we didn't have to haul with her young. So there's always something on the trailer. And so I brought my trailer down from there, take the mower and get it fixed. And went for about 2 weeks trying to get a guy to come out to look at it. And finally, the place I take it in the rain in the past, the guy brought it in and it was done the next, you know, that afternoon.
Yes,
Hey there.
they're not
Are
complete
you-
yet, but if y'all want to come on in and have a seat.
Mr. McDill, Mr. McDill, we have, the ARB members are sitting right here. I'm Mike Sotover, Assistant District, Dallas in the back just for, recording purposes. Do we have, Scott recording? He may have it already going, so.
It looks like it's one little bit check.
Oh, yeah, it looks like we're already going. So we're under, whenever we start, we'll be on a letter to be read.
Oh, okay.
Aren't you guys sophisticated, smart devices? Wow.
Well, before these, they had paper, and it was like, you know, mounds of paper and stuff. It helps.
We're on it, so we're going here.
All right, so it is Thursday, October 13th at 9:02, and we are convening a session of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. We're open for hearings and other matters.
Okay, I guess the very first thing is the letters to be read. It's, the Medills are here and you're gonna read the letter in the presence of them. And they have a short statement, I believe, and so does the appraisal district after they speak.
Letter on top.
And so, it's gonna be the,
It'll be under letters to be read.
56191.
Yes.
You ready?
Yes, please.
All right, this is a letter from Clinton sent Wendy Medill, 17038 with the yellow in Rockport, was received on September 21st. Dated September 20th. It was dropped off, since is that correct, since it was one question on rest of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board, serve the Aransas County Appraisal District, 11 Highway 35 North, Texas. Your Appraisal Review Board and of Aransas County. We would like to schedule another hearing concerning our dispute with the appraisal district in regards to our property 1703A, Weeping Willow, Norfolk, Texas. For unknown reasons, we did not receive the notice by mail for our hearing. Thank you, Clinton. And then attached.
That's not with their letter. I just had it in the file. It's just some supporting documents.
Okay, so I don't need to read this. one.
Right, correct.
We'll talk about that.
Yes.
Okay.
And so, I guess I can just interject, there in their mailing address, there was a unit J added to this 1703A. There was a unit 7, I'm sorry. And so that could have been, I believe that the Medills have indicated that they did not receive the hearing notice. Is that true?
Yeah, because we receive all of our other correspondence from you guys. We've always got it.
Okay,
Our tax statements and all this stuff have always came to the house, so.
yeah. And so, they're here telling you that they didn't receive it. We did have a unit 7 at the end. We can correct that on our end. And so if they made a statement that they didn't receive it, and we have an erroneous unit 7 at the end of the mailing address, it doesn't have anything to do with physical. It's a physical. There is a delineation of parcels as they've been shifted in that area. This is at the end of Weeping Willow that used to be called
Well,
Myers.
Ashley Drive would
Ashley
be a
Drive, yeah.
private, yeah.
And so there was some confusion. So basically, the only thing that this board is hearing is the petition to grant another hearing because they didn't receive their notice, and the district has no opposition to that in light of the unit 7 erroneous thing at the end of the mailing address. So
I agree.
Will that be at a further, that'll be at a future date?
it's gonna be, that's the only thing we're talking about today is whether that they'll
Okay,
give you a
cool.
hearing.
Yeah, because we're ignorant, honestly. We don't know what to expect or having never done this before, so.
Sure.
I think, you know, it had given incorrect address. So it was, seemed like it was a Quaker district error, if you want to call it that. And so I have no problem.
In your defense, that part of Weeping Willow is,
It's a little bit.
yeah, it goes like 3
It's
different.
not straight.
directions.
Is there a unit 7?
No, we don't know where that comes from.
So.
That's actually on the tax documents too. Oh, so, okay, I can't bring up other questions here, so we'll
Yeah.
discuss
not
it. Yeah.
necessary now.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you made a statement that you didn't receive your hearing. notice.
Right,
Is
so
that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're in no opposition to that in light of erroneous unit 7 being added to the end of the mailing address. So
So we should expect another letter of when our hearing will be.
that is correct.
Okay.
Excellent. And then we can discuss some of these things right then. Yes.
Yeah, you don't discuss any of those. things.
Great, okay, excellent.
Do you know about any time when
We
the
don't.
hearing will be? Okay. I mean, in the next 6 months or the
You'll-
next?
Yeah, you'll receive it, probably gonna be the next 3 months, yeah. And you will receive 15 days notice.
Great.
And there was a motion.
Make a motion.
I make a motion that, grant the bill, a hearing based on, their documents not being received at their residence.
I'll say, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries.
Thank you. I appreciate
All
it.
right, we'll see you sometime in the future.
Thank you. Have a great day. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
That's the only letter.
You have 2 other letters. You have 2 other, you have account number 25954 and 20967.
So,
You should probably do the last one first, 20967. It's easier than the other one.
all right.
Or not as complicated as I was
Which, I'm sorry.
20967 letters to you guys.
Yeah.
And Kathy, this is a little different. It's like an email exchange.
Yeah, I saw that.
That keyword?
Yes.
Okay.
Oldest and the newest, I guess, the newest way to do it.
I think so.
This is, I should get that by emails. It's from Brian, it's at HUWAR from Water. To Aransas County Favorite, District. Thanks for your attention. I live in Pennsylvania. I got correspondence notifying me of an increase in my personal property assessment. The date of my receipt of this correspondence was past the due, or probably means due date for an appeal, which I filed anyway. Sometime after August 10th, I received a notice that I could request permission to file a protest on July 20, 2022. This letter was dated August 2nd, 2022. Obviously, this is well past the July 2022 date. Please positively consider this as my request to consider my request to protest my assessment and inform and direct as necessary. Thank you for your review. That was sent by his iPhone. This is another one on December 6th from the Appraisal Review Board to Mr. Guar. Thank you, Mr. Guar. If you would please put the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board in the evaluation and reference the property number 88200967, which is the STR rental on 24 Government Road. Also, please include the home address and phone number for record. If you can make these additions and read them, we'll appreciate it. Thank you, Donald Smith, Aransas County Appraisal District. Okay, now we jump to September 22nd. This is from the gentleman to the Aransas County Appraisal District. For the request of Al Smith, I am providing the additional information requested supplementing my request for appeal. This appeal is the Aransas County Review Board relative to property 88200967 to 44 Coconut Ridge Road, Rockport, Texas. My home address is PO Box 88832, Clarion, Pennsylvania 16214. The basis of this appeal is that I did not receive timely notification and the change of values of my personal property, and I did not receive timely notification of the date for appeals submission. Please refer to previously filed documents. Thank you for your attention. That was sent on the time. And then we have a reply from the Aransas County Appraisal District. This is dated September 28th, also, which is the same day that he received his email. Received, thank you. This correspondence will be presented to the Appraisal Review Board at the next meeting on October 13th. Sincerely, Aransas County Appraisal District. I believe that's it. So he's basically just claiming that he never received the information, didn't receive it on a timely basis.
Yeah, there, if you look at the other, who are supporting documents, which is the second thing, we just included a copy of the notice, which you can see that the date of the notice is May 31st, 2022. And it says that the deadline for filing the protest is June 30th. He failed to do so.
Yeah, it's in the other two document. Okay.
Oh, this one, okay,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Okay.
And that's just a copy of the notice of appraised value. So, you know, that's what we show. It's the district's position that he did receive notice and he was timely in filing the protest. And there's no remedy other than 2525. Well, yeah, it'd be there 2525B. There is no remedy.
Yeah, I agree. And the other thing is just, I mean, just the dates on the email themselves, where the request to respond with the additional information was on September 6th, and you didn't get around to doing anything about until the 22nd. I mean, that's, I agree. So the other question is, do in the response need to mention the 25? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
This is standard.
It's a form letter and yes.
Got it.
I make a motion regarding account number property ID 88200967 regarding the request for a hearing or a hearing based on not sufficient cause for not responding. My opinion, the review board that we deny the request and send a letter indicating that this on three courses for 25. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay, second all by Joanne and all in favor.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay,
Last one.
yeah, for whatever reason, the other file in that last one is, which is the review of hearing PDF. Won't open for me.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any.
Oh, right, we're going to, link it from the Gmail over here, and we'll play it.
You should read the letter first, and then
Right.
listen to the audio. And the district will weigh in as well.
Okay, this is a letter received on September 7th. Mail on,
Received on 15th, mail on the
oh, I'm sorry, it was written the 7th, received on the 15th, mailed on the 12th.
Really?
Yeah, 3 days.
Huh, okay.
Discuss the appraisal review board, appraisal county, Aransas County Appraisal District, 11 Highway 35 North, Rockport, Texas. Dear committee members, I am writing in regards to the notice of final order paperwork I received regarding the outcome of the audio phone hearing on August 15, 2022. When I called for clarification, I was forwarded to my son. He informed me that my question needed to be addressed before the writing. During the hearing, I was feeling an increase in the tax value of the property in 38 Market Road from $43,940 to $94,490. After the discussion of the board's information and my information in hearing, the member of the board proposed the total value of the structure of property to be an even $100,000. I agreed to that amount, but I did not ask for a breakdown of the numbers at that point, as I assumed that the agreed upon reduction would be applied, say, it's the value of the property itself, as that was the value we were appealing. When I received the paperwork, I know that the structure was devalued from $38,190 to $5,510, and keeping the value of the property of $94,490. I'd like to know why was a decrease applied to the value of the structure and not the value of the property. I explained that this would not affect the overall amount of taxes which I owed, the overall amount of taxes which I understand as taxable based upon the probably value of the structure and land combined. This concerns me, and how does that affect increases in taxes in the future? It seems that it would be very easy in the future for the future appraisers or boards to look at the structure and decide that the structure obviously is worth more than $5,510 and raise the tax value of the structure when nothing has been upgraded to the structure since 2002, other than repair of damage from Hurricane Harvey in 2017 and the freeze from 2021. We have no plans at this point to change anything in the structure. Thank you in advance for responding to my concerns and questions. You can respond by email, attachment, or traditional mail to given the address. And this is from Lisa Lone Limmer. Their address is different from property address. The address they have is 4594 North Maplewood Drive in McCord, Indiana.
So, I wasn't a part of that hearing. We had obviously a different district representative representing the district during that day. First and foremost, when this person indicates this concern being how it affects taxes in the future, this board has no jurisdiction about what it's going to happen in the future. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. The saying in question was there a delineation of breakdown, whether the land or the structure was moved? And if there wasn't, then the most typical historical thing that's happened is you take away value from the structure and leave the land alone, because that's the most congruent thing in a location. And so you'll listen to the audio and make up your decision.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and bring up the audio. Or the actual hearing.
And 25954. Addressing market values.
in the district and ARB, the currently value of $150,680. We roll back to one that.
All in favor? Anybody opposed?
Okay, Lisa, 100,000.
Okay, that sounds cool.
All right.
Thank you.
You will receive termination package.
Yeah, let me interject,
Yeah, go ahead.
This is, your response from the motion is completely in line and typical with what we do, right? We decrease the value. And that's what we have in the motion. I don't know if there was any further discussion prior to that, which might be relevant, but I don't think that there's anything. I personally don't think there's anything we need to do.
It's nothing different than how we handle every other case.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, the value that was, asserted by the district was, I think it was 134,000, that the board reduced it to 100,000. It was motioned, it was seconded, and it carried. And without any kind of interjection, typically when this board says, we think the land should go to X, it's going to be in the motion. And the fact that it's not there indicates that it was carried the way it's historically carried, was at the devaluation of the structure, and the land remains the same. So the district is of that opinion, and we agree with your statement that there should be no modification to your order.
So what, then when you send them a letter expressing that.
Val can formulate a letter that Scott can sign. If that's what you want to do.
Yeah, no, that sounds.
Understand that. Nobody here in this room can project what's going to happen next year. If there's an issue next year, they can protest it next year. I don't know how detailed you want to get, but just so he understands that there is a recourse if that should happen, then he gets whacked down this on kind of $10,000 or something.
Yeah, and she's just referring to that second paragraph or the
Right.
last paragraph.
Yeah, right.
How it would affect taxes in the future.
Okay. I believe those are all the letters to be read.
Yes,
Do we need to move?
Yeah, motion on that.
yes.
Starting case 2022-933, count 25954. It's the opinion of the review board that there is no further recourse to be done at this time by the review board, and that the district will prepare a letter for which was in Scott's. I'm so long, I can't remember who you are. I'm sorry. For Scott's signature, explaining the situation to Lisa Sloan.
I'll second. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, close that one.
And I believe
That's it for the levy.
there's nobody here yet.
I told him to come.
We still have some other.
Yeah. We're gonna have, nobody yet, but they're, scheduled to arrive at 10.
Right.
So,
Yeah, we have several other items.
yeah, we do have several other items. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, that's right.
We have to crawl through line by line.
Oh, crawl through.
It's only 40.
The ones we already saw.
I sent you guys the copy of the PDF. And it's pretty standard stuff.
Yes, so under supplements, you'll see 4 documents. The very first document is 2525B, decreases in tax liability to the third quarter. And there is a listing of several pages there. And it's 2525B. And Val, can you tell them that section is the
Right, It's part of the 25-25B section that a report be issued within the first 10 days of the quarter to saying everything that had been a 25-25B that had decreased in value. And so we did send that to you we sent it to Scott by email and he delineated it to you. So we met that requirement, but we put it here as well, just in case you had any questions or wanted to discuss it.
Do we need to vote on that?
No.
We don't.
Just a report.
And you'll see that a lot of these, like if you're just looking at the supplement description, some of the ones are just late filing for the homestead or late filing for the DDH homestead. There's a freeze, refreeze calculation. There's many of those at the bottom. Late filing for the over 65, remove the undivided interest status, created UDI. So you have splits and merges in here, and exemptions, or many of these changes basically. Closures, business, personal property closures, late filing for rendition, closed BPP, sold real property, just the various things. You've seen things like this before. Certified role changes, that's the next PDF. This is the more succinct. You see the groups 425, 426, all the way through 434. And then you can see the gross numbers there. So in the list that you just saw, like if you look at the top of this page, it's 425 certified role changes. And you'll see the very first one is omitted property, but then after that, there's a whole bunch of 25-25Bs. That's kind of a summation of some of the things that you just saw on the other page.
Group them together.
Group them because these are grouped together by the supplement number, the group number. Supplement detail groups, that's the next one. This is the individual listing. It's exhaustive of, and again, many of these you'll see are just zero because there's just something that does not affect I believe that's the assessed
The
value.
assessed value,
Yeah.
right? It will affect taxable value and that sort of thing, but actual changes to the certified role for assessed value, that's
Yeah, many
zero
of these,
for
yeah,
it.
many of these are zero here. And you can see the designated section of the code on column 3. Supplement order form, that's the last PDF. And this is the order approving. This is kind of the summation of this. This is where the chairman will sign subsequent to your perusal and for questions that you might have. The district's open for any questions before you.
Everything's been changed.
Yeah.
Add to the certified role.
Right. On July 20th of this year, you did a certified role. Remember, we still had a portion, we had less than 5%, but it was somewhere 4.5 or 3.5% of the properties yet to do. And you finished those well, with the exception just a few just today, right? But there's supplements. I mean, people started handing in homestead exemptions right after the, late July and early August. Just processing.
And can I forget, can there still be changes for the final submission of the role? Can there still be more changes or is this?
No, it goes on for a long time. I mean, like, and a good example of that is if you go to the supplemental detail groups, you'll notice that the year, like you go back and some of these years are 2020, 2021. So people you can file late for a homestead exemption 2 years, right?
Mhm. And then chief appraiser motions can be for 5 years, so
Right.
Oh,
we
okay.
can.
Omitted property or double assessed properties, like where, oh, we thought we took that mobile home off of it here, but it's really a new mobile home, so we have to take this one off and put this one on. There's all kinds of things that happen like that, but yes, that can happen for you.
So we don't need any motions. on
You
it?
do.
We do.
You do need one to accept that order,
The supplemental appraisal records.
Supplemental appraisal records, the last one.
the last one.
Make a motion that, we accept the order approving supplemental appraisal records as presented by the district to the appraisal review board.
I second.
All in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, it's sealed for the moment.
That's right, until the next breaking of the seal.
Yeah,
Get some new wax.
yeah, exactly. Okay, good.
So there's minutes.
Yeah, let's do those. And then I have two items I want to address with you guys before we go into the hearings, whenever, assuming they show up. Let me sign this. I can't talk and sign this.
It's called talking. We just need to read these and approve, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's only two, right?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Well, we join one, and then- You finished, Ron?
Yes, ready to go?
Oh, okay. All right, take a motion that the minutes of the Aransas County Credit Review Board from August 16, 2022, and August 27, 2022. The
27th or 17th?
I'm sorry, August 16, 2022, and August 17, 2022.
Not second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, those minutes are approved. All right, I have two quick things. Just one's kind of a clarification. No, it's just something to make you guys aware of. In the past, there have been some, we've taken a position on Open Meetings Act, getting together, and we've actually limited our interactions. I know that it's to not having more than two, so there's never been a quorum per se, like going out to lunch or whatever. Well, as it turns out, since there are some parties in this time of year that are coming up, and I did some research myself and sought some clarification just to make sure I wasn't smoking anything good, based on what I was reading from the Open Meetings Act. And it turns out that there is not an issue of an Open Meetings Act violation of forum where more than, where three or more of us get together in a social gathering. And the actual code as it applies, it defines a meeting is a quorum of the government body's presence, except, and it gives some exceptions, the term does not apply, does not include the gathering of a quorum of governmental body at a social function unrelated to the business, to the public business that is conducted by the body. The attendance by a quorum of government body, blah, blah, blah. So basically, as long as, it says here also, if formal action is not taken and any discussion of public business is incidental to the social function, convention, workshop, whatever. So it's a matter of, it's not an issue, just in terms of, we've got cautious that we don't end up having discussions about things that might be construed as public business associated with ARB and so on. I did look through several different sources. I did talk to the lawyer just to make that double sure, and there was actually a Attorney General's opinion that went back to 1976, where I think it was Harris County, that some board had a breakfast meeting that they would have once a week or something like that. There was a question whether that violated the Meetings Act, and they said.
So just to be clear, does that mean like social function gatherings, I mean, as a party or
Yes.
whatever, does not apply to two or more people going out for lunch together?
Even going out to lunch together, as long as we don't talk about, discuss any public business. Okay, any public business associated with the, now, I would also, it's not, and I asked Judy about this, it's not necessary, but if we do encounter a situation where 4 of us or 5 of us end up in the same place at the same time, if you let me know, I'll just make a note of it so that, if somebody were to question that, we can say, yeah, we knew about it and we violated the issue because nothing was discussed of that related to the public business of it. That's okay.
As in going out to lunch.
As in going out to lunch. Yeah, it was just a clarification. The second thing is, ARB for next year. Now, Kathy is leaving us. Unfortunately. The rest of you guys, Joanne, Ron, and Peggy, are in your 2-year terms. So, and Josie's going to double check with you, but it doesn't appear that there's any need for you to reapply because you were appointed for 2-year terms. However, we do need to get a secretary appointed. And any one of the 3 you would fit the bill. It's up to you guys. You wanted to suggest Peggy? Okay, is that okay?
Yeah,
All right, I'll talk to Peggy. I didn't want to make it sound like I was suggesting somebody or the other. So if you guys are fine with that, we'll go down that road and make sure that she gets the appropriate paperwork. She does need to submit a form requesting appointments as secretary. That makes that easy.
Yeah.
And I was intending to continue on as chairman, as long as you guys don't have any issues with that.
I don't care, but I definitely agree with that.
Okay.
And, did you check, Val? Does Scott need to reapply?
Yes, and the officer positions are every year. And then also your term, you need to reapply for.
Your term, so you do need to go through the whole thing again. I don't think that we as the district don't have any say in that anymore. I think it's just the district administrative judge. It's the rules that they set.
Right.
So,
Right.
or actually the property tax code, they're doing that.
Yeah, they don't go into much specificity on that. You got it, I got it too.
Oh, okay,
Thank you.
good. And you'll notice we put some applications out front.
Yeah,
Can existing board members, I know the other point, been one member, but can existing members still make recommendations to the judge?
it would not be a recommendation to the judge. Okay, if somebody, in other words, somebody you were gonna suggest be on the board.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just go tell them to apply.
yeah, right, they should apply, and the form is available online. Or they can get it here at the front desk. And it gets submitted to Josie, and she'll collect them and get them to the administrative.
Update, you might come back. He said he was taking you off for everyone's travel. You guys haven't done, he was got a lot of excellent.
Yeah.
Number. If you want to contact him, it's interesting.
Yeah, and that's, okay, I mean.
I mean, you'd be okay with that?
Oh, sure. And I mean, we had a plethora of people, more than was needed last year. So we have at least 3 other folks that applied last year that didn't get selected because we didn't, we filled the board.
You had doing a couple of really good recommendations.
Yeah, and I think so. We had 3 other applications, I think, that were in process, and whether we reach out to those people and say, if you're interested in doing it, still, reapply again, please, or something like that. Last year, because at the time we started, it was not clear, at least didn't know per se, that the district judge, based on the changes in the tax code, that the district judge was going to be responsible for all of that, all those selections. And interestingly, I mean, the appraisal district board of directors, which previously had been involved, had been responsible for that. That responsibility went away. So now the board's responsibilities are greatly diminished. I mean, the only thing they really do is deal with the chief appraiser and appraising the appraiser kind of thing, and that and budget.
Kind of an unfortunate change.
Well, yeah, and in part too, because I don't know for sure. I think Judge Watley has got like 6 counties that she's the administrative judge for the purpose of the ARB uses. And that just, I would like, it would be great if things happened a little more quickly than they did last year, just because we were getting into February, March.
Yeah, we were right on the.
Yeah, right. Now, even having said that, there are certain things that we can and can't do as a board, even if we knew on January 1st what the makeup of the board was going to be. We can deal with some administrative stuff, but we can't have hearings until after you guys, or after the board has gone through the yearly education or re-education.
When will that be available?
Typically, it was just like what it was this year, sometime in March, I think it was.
So we'll be notified when it's ready and we can
Val,
get that done. Okay.
Yeah.
Knock that out.
But I'd like to, it'd be nice if the judge could get the appointments done ahead of time, or at least before, around the first of the year. And interestingly enough, that I heard an ad on the radio, KLUX, where New Oasis County was advertising for ARB members.
Really?
And they had put in a deadline of September 30th to apply. I don't know if they were trying to, get in front of the stuff or what. So,
We've got it on our website now, is that right? Or we just need to update our website, because we actually have it there. It says, do you want to be a member?
We, I think we moved it or did something, at the time when it wouldn't be a good time to apply for it. So,
Okay.
yeah.
I was trying to avoid, at least last year before we knew that the judge was involved in making these appointments, trying to avoid having to have an ad in the paper. But at the same time,
That requirement?
it's not, there's not any specificity in terms of how, and even the process with the judge is not really defined in the code. Just that the judge is responsible for making the appointments or approving the appointments and going like that. Anyway, that's the long and short of that. Now I'm guessing.
Wasn't the date, the final date was way last year, wasn't it, February or so? For applying, it was
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't remember the exact dates. It was in the February, March timeframe.
Yeah, yeah, so we were just hitting right on the end.
Remember, last fall was still a legislative year, right?
Yeah.
Val? And then it got enacted January, so we were acting in advance of a law that we knew was gonna be on the books. So it was the fastest, and it was a new law, so we were doing the best we could. But we actually had to go and make Josie a taxpayer liaison officer, which the board of directors ratified for this, only for the purpose of doing, the only duty she has is to take the applications and submit them to the judge and then correspond it back to both the district and the ARB itself, so.
Yeah. So I'm guessing this year it'll go a little more smoothly than it did last year, just because it was getting the process nailed down, stuff like that. I mean, they had actually asked me to submit another application, even though I was in my 2-year term, a regular application beyond the board as opposed to the chairman thing. I mean, it was just, and then they came back afterwards, and said, oh, well, I decided we didn't need that. And anyway, I think they've got a lot of that sorted out now, so it should hopefully go a little more smoothly. Do you know, aside from this thing with Medill, of any other activity we're gonna have?
Yes.
So that'll probably be December-ish kind of thing, you thinking?
I would think, the sooner the better. So we have that on the agenda to go ahead and talk about another day for hearings. We're going to have 25 fees. Deeds. We also have some that we found out that they were not entered, some protests. I think we have 3 of those at this point. So those will be on the agenda as well.
Okay, so bottom line is, and you want to talk about potential dates now, or?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and do that.
Pull up the calendar. So do we want to look at November?
That's okay with me.
Okay.
You guys have any choices?
November is good.
Oh, I do have,
Maybe December at that time, or anything else to come in, or?
that's not a bad idea. First week in December, maybe?
5 to the 9th, 5th to the 9th.
I'm open that week.
I am as well. I know I'm supposed to be out sometime in November, right before Thanksgiving.
Okay, so where did we decide? I didn't want to
The
say.
5th to the.
Yeah, let's target the 8th. That's a Thursday, and December 8th, Thursday, December 8th.
Okay.
9 o'clock.
Could we do it the 7th or?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's,
Okay. We've got a luncheon that day that I would love. to do.
okay. Is that it?
Yeah, 7th or 9.
I think it depends on how many hearings we've got. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I do know we have a lot of chief appraiser motion hearings that we will notice for. I don't know how many will actually come through. Generally, those don't have any participation, but we'll schedule those that day also.
Start time. Well, again, we'll see how many hearings we've got. We'll target 9 o'clock. Okay, but Wednesday, December 7th at 9 o'clock. And we'll just play it by ear. If we get a plethora or a large number of hearings, then we'll have to maybe bring that back and have a motion like that. Or it may even turn out that it gets moved forward too. So,
Okay.
and okay, it's not going to be allowed for any of you to get sick. I've been trying.
Wait a minute.
I won't allow it. Okay.
Okay.
Otherwise, the picture that we've been trying to get of the board will be subjected to my photoshopping skills.
Oh,
So if you turn out looking like a duck in the picture, it's your own fault.
It's all beautiful too.
I could do that.
Pretty long.
A question on December 7th
Yes,
with the 9 a.m. Should I schedule some hearings for 9 a.m. and then go to the 10 a.m. docket? I mean, since it's not on our actual docket times, or do y'all want me to wait until 10 for hearings?
Is there administrative stuff that you know that we're gonna have to deal with on that day?
Well, there will be some, probably not a whole lot.
Okay, so why don't we just, let me suggest that we target 9 to 10 as doing administrative stuff. And then the first hearings will be at 10.
Could I maybe schedule the chief appraiser motion hearings at 9? Like I said, they generally don't have many.
That's fine.
I mean, they don't have much participation, and because one of the items will be the approval of chief appraiser motions, and those can't be done until after there's a hearing on it. So, okay.
You guys okay?
Okay.
I'm reading our surveys, we had. pretty good-
I went through those and really I was surprised because a lot of times people that submit surveys have an action on it, but they actually look pretty good. And the other one I'll mention, Mike. Mike may want to interject as well. They included the one web submission. And Mike actually did some research in that one, re-listened to the hearing, and didn't include his response, but he did respond positively that he didn't see anything that supported the comments that were made in that web submission about being out of control. You know, and as I recall too, since it was a formal hearing. And I remember Eamon was the representative from the district, actually gave the lady her time back and, you know, stuff like that. So anyway, that one I think was handled in the positive manner as well. Mike, you got anything else?
Yeah, that on the web submission, you know, it was a response and the message that's indicated there. It says, this was at the ARB, the chair let the appraisal from the district run the hearing. When it was my turn to respond, the appraiser again took over the meeting and cut into my time. Extremely frustrated. I've been an agent for 30 years and I've been cut off and frustrated like this. Also, I did not receive certain evidence that the ARB allowed to make the decision, which is against shocking text. So the appraiser's response was, I don't know what to tell you. I listened to that hearing because, you know, it was a complaint. And my take is that the chair did not let the district run the meeting. And furthermore, it's never in Eamon's nature to run over somebody. And in fact, he indicated on the record, like, give her whatever time she needs or something to that effect. So that's I say that the district would disagree with that claim. Furthermore, as far as the evidence, you know, that was being allowed to make the decision, the appraiser's response was, I don't know what to tell you. I think in the context of what he said, I don't know what to tell you, like she was making a claim and he didn't think that that was a true claim, so I don't know what to tell you. Like that was the response in that context from what I remember. Having said that, you had 45 other surveys that were generally generally, you know, positive in nature about how you as the appraisal review board conducted yourself. So that was good. That's all I have to say.
I noticed on reading through, quite often there's mentioned on the. Then the question, which is more important, having hearings having hearing start on time and having ample time to present your kids at the hearing. Many of them that I've looked at so far and checked that, which kind of indicates that they don't feel like they have enough time to present their case, not that we can do anything about those, the times are the times, right? We set those, or are they set by the,
We set the time, the
these times?
procedure times, okay? And you know, through a scientific approach of how many hearings we have on a particular docket and what's the appropriate amount. My approach on that, or my perspective on that, is that information is provided ahead of time. And if they read it, they should understand what time they have available to present. If they didn't have, if they knew that there was going to be, you know, they needed more time, they could request it.
I think in a lot of cases,
Yeah.
we've had additional time, we've given the.
Yeah, and exactly. And we rarely.
Complicated ones, we just couldn't get it all.
The district representative, I know myself, understands the scope of. It's an appraisal question, it's a value question, sometimes it's an equity question, but most of the time it's a value question. And the district representative always understands the complexity of the appraisal question, more so than, and I'm gonna say this with respect, more so than anybody else in the room. Meaning that we've looked at the property, we have an opinion about the property, but yet we also know the complexity of the property. And you've heard this district representative, whether it's myself or somebody else, saying, hey, this is not gonna be your normal thing. Please, you know, let the person, you know, present their case. And there's some levity and brevity there. There's some width and breadth that we understand. As a whole, I think that most appraisal questions are fairly easy to understand. And I agree with the chairman's statement that if a property owner feels like it's important enough to not only protest but show, he or she should probably rehearse their 5 minutes in front of a mirror one time or twice and say, how do I condense this enough to where I can just say what I need to say and then have the ARB make a decision.
I think a lot of people, you just objective. Don't necessarily spend much time with people prior to coming in there. So there you go. Sometimes it's like, oh, okay, now I know that in 5 minutes because you just stay on the timer. Probably may not have known that in advance people would think to prepare. They probably don't have to do it.
That's correct, but it doesn't alleviate the responsibility for us to give them the information, give them the evidence,
Oh, of course.
give them the, not only that exhaustive procedure, but I mean, yeah, I mean, you're looking at those. I don't think anybody's reading that. And this is like behind that, you know, this, maybe they're looking at that, they're glancing, yeah, kind of like that. You always ask the question, right? That's part of your preamble kind of opening statement.
Yeah.
Did you read, you know, are you aware? Even if they said they weren't, they were given it in advance. And so the dereliction of duty is not any kind of, it just is what it is. I don't think in light of the vast number of protests that we've had increasing over the number of years, there's no way we can extend that number. You just have to take it on a case by case. And I think you've done a good job at that.
And we actually, and I haven't had real formal discussions, but some of the other counties, that's a luxury. A lot of these other counties, it's just like, you know, 5 minutes for the whole damn thing. I mean, bang, 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 and you're in and out kind of stuff. And very little discussion there. So anyway, I don't know if there's anything I would suggest changing or even
I
consider.
don't think we can. I think even when, I think in many cases, we've given them extra time. As you know, the only time I've seen us cut off somebody is when it's the same thing over again and they're not willing to accept it, we're not accepting their version.
Nobody likes to be told no,
Yeah,
for something that's different from what they think.
I think we should all be.
I think these are good. I mean, I wouldn't expect perfect.
Yeah.
Very few things.
Yes,
And if you'd like, I haven't seen any summations yet for 2022, but I know that the comptroller's website somewhere buried in there. There are summaries for 2021. And I can send you the URL and you can go look at that. It's an interesting perspective, not only how Aransas County did, but how other counties are doing as well, in terms of their responses and surveys. And this one, I mean, ours, I was really pleased because lots of times people that do surveys have an axe to grind. And part of it also, I think, helps with our focus on mentioning that. I mean, we always talk about doing the surveys, right? It's doing the surveys.
We hand it to them.
Yeah, right. All right. That's a good thing. So. Okay, I think our 10 o'clock is here. Let's take a quick break if we need. And I think this gentleman has been in before. In fact, I know he is. Good Lord. How are you?
Really surprised we didn't get one from the lady the last day that said, oh, I'm gonna hear from my lawyer and all this stuff. She was irate.
Oh, because we didn't do anything.
We didn't do anything for her. She
Yeah.
thought we should bend over and give her the world.
Yeah,
I think so.
is that the one with with the widow? Her husband was dead. She was raising the kids
I
alone.
think so, yeah. She lived in this house over here, but was fighting taxes on the one over on the water or labor or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the one I figured we would get something from.
Mhm.
I'm good.
Joy. I'm sure they don't want something. Hey, what are we gonna do? Fire you? Hey,
Yeah, right.
You got one more day. Oh, we did.
Oh,
my God.
Oh,
I'm still trying to get that. Exactly, yes, and I come here and it's like, can I smell it? Yes. Yeah, those are good. How's the single one? Good.
They're all pretty good. Even the ones who didn't, can't really get what they were asking for. But we don't have cases at 1 o'clock? I didn't think it. Just 3 o'clock? We don't have hearings at 1 o'clock?
Right.
I had said I was going to leave, but I don't think it was canceled.
Okay, whatever works.
I'll be here.
Perfect.
That works.
Oh, they've got the Kit Kat with the dark.
Dark chocolate.
Yeah,
You like dark or no?
I love them.
I do.
And the Kit Kat, and they're so.
Haven't heard whether we're gonna need new training on these tablets, because the application would be supposedly.
Oh, we mentioned that, right? On the way.
Yeah, and it's supposedly went away in August.
One of these had the new application on
Yeah.
Different and then.
Navigate.
Well, if it was mine, I didn't notice.
No,
it. The font was a lot different now. Maybe you can change that, you know, I'm sure. 'Cause I would always go to the other one.
it's in the browser, it's using the browser on the tablet. Which is really fun.
Our first account is 17422.
Yeah, account number, or, yeah, case ID 2289.
17422.
Yeah, second one on the 10th block. Got it? Yeah.
First page.
Maybe page 2, top.
What are we doing?
17422? Yep.
And Ray's going to be here in a moment. Do you want me to let him go ahead and come in?
Sure.
Okay, Ray, where is he? Right. This is agent Selena Boggs and the property owner Charles Ford. Yeah, it's fun, right? Okay.
Oh, goodness. We've been off for 2 months.
I'm off all the time.
Well, we have not been having sessions. Let me put that.
There you go.
We're all
I'm a little off all the time.
off.
We forgot everything.
Yeah, really, I just have to get my ducks lined up here. Okay, so I'm sure Ray will be in a moment. So we're going to commence a hearing on case ID 2022-2289, account number 17422, which is 1601 San Antonio Avenue, over in Aransas Pass. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And let's verify what's under protest.
Excuse me, market.
Okay, market value. And equity level. I see where are these other values coming from.
I'm sorry, there's also is, failures to send.
Yeah, it looks like we did all.
Failure to send required notice that no act removal other. Exemption was denied law. And so. Any open space or other special things that was denied or canceled. Still no.
Okay, so we'll need to make sure that we cover, in addition to the value questions, market and equity, that we address the other protested items on looks like it all around ag. You, Ray, are you prepared to do all
As much as I'm prepared to
do
do anything else around here.
Okay.
We'll find out.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. And similarly, when you were here not too long ago, the 4 of us around the table are the ARB. And Ray Presley is the district representative. Scott Arrington in the back is also from the district, as well as Val, who helps on all things related to everything. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using that form, which is there in front of you. Or you'll also receive a copy of that form in the determination package that will be mailed to you that documents the result of the hearing. Or you can actually take it online, and the URL you use to take it online is also shown at the top of that form. The survey is entirely voluntary, but we always appreciate any feedback you may offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So do we have all of your evidence?
I believe so.
Okay, excellent. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.6.
I, Kevin Hopkins, solemnly swear that I communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.6.
Mine says, mine says.
Yeah, go ahead and sign it and then she can do it.
Oh,
That's okay.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron Ken, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.
66.
66. We've been off 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I've slept since then.
And I had dreams about this, so I lived my dreams. All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so at this time you'll be asked to swear in. I will help you do that.
So if you will read this line aloud and state your name.
Okay, Charles Gorse, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I put in the appraisal for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Selena Boggs.
I, Red Cross City, solemnly swear or affirm that the shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District.
Backwards.
Thank you.
All right, will either of you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board?
No.
Okay. Here, during procedure time, it's the same as what you're maybe used to, shown here on the wall, so as well as under the survey form that's there on the chart. It shows how we're going to conduct the hearing today. It takes 2 forms. One is if you present first, or the other is if the district presents first. But the bottom line with all that is that you get to make the choice of whether you would like to present first or you would like the district to present first.
We'll present first, if that's all right.
Fine with us.
I'm sorry, what she said.
We'll go first.
She's going to go first.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes for now, and then you'll get additional time as you go along.
Okay, it basically we'll start with the protest form. This property was not properly notified to remove the ag use. The taxpayer did not receive a letter of ag denial, providing him 30 days to file a protest in order to determine whether the ag should have been removed or not. So first and foremost, we really just would like to have that ag use replaced and proper procedure followed through if necessary. I think as we go through the hearing, we might deem that it is actually continued still in ag use and should have never really been removed to begin with. Then we can address a little bit of the valuation issue in regards to it is no longer just 9 acres of land, part of it's water.
I'm confused. Did we hear this case previously when we did?
No.
This is another parcel related to what you guys heard previously. It's all the same group of land.
Right.
And Mr. Rourke has actually filed for a wildlife exemption on all of it. just for 2022 and 2021, there was some miscommunications, I guess, between him and the district as far as what was going on with the property and how it was being addressed. We did protest these properties last year. Some of these parcels, not all of them, in regards to the same thing, and the ag use was granted back to Mr. Rourke in those protests. The protests that you guys heard last month when I was out ill and my associate showed up with him, I believe the ag use was replaced back on those accounts as well.
I remember that.
And again, he is going to transfer all of this property into wildlife management when it's applicable.
Okay, you have more time. if you-
I don't think there's anything else. I mean, unless you have some question.
Oh, I'm sure we'll
Okay.
get into that, so.
So the question right now is whether we want to deal with just the ag question and then go back to talk about the value questions for.
We're gonna have to deal with all of it. We'll deal with it all.
Okay, so if you'd like to go ahead and talk about the value questions at the moment as well.
Well, if it's put back in ag use, there's no real issue with the valuation. Regardless of that, though, there still needs to be some acknowledgement by the district on the fact that probably a third of this 9.6 acres is actually going to be water now, so it's not land. I mean, water generally has a different value than land. If you look at the pictures that we sent, that we submitted as evidence, the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are just photos of the property showing that it's fenced. It is, it has gates to get in and out of. That picture, you can stop right there. Go up just a touch if you don't mind. I mean, down just a touch. There you go. The bottom left-hand corner next to the water, that is the parcels in question. Actually, that's 2 parcels. One is 9.3 acres or 9.6 acres, the one we're talking about. The property just to the right of that is also some acreage that he recently purchased. And that tank that he's building is about 6.5 acres in the middle of both of those 2 properties.
We're just addressing.
We're just addressing the portion on the left, but as you can see, it's under development at the moment, but you can see to the right, the different tanks that are already there. These are some that he has finished, and this is one that's in process.
This was taken in March of 2022.
Yeah, that's the Google map.
So what's under construction is
The tank is being
the
dug.
tank is being built.
The tank is being dug. There is equipment and things, the dirt being moved, it's obvious because you have to have equipment to move the dirt.
Is that part of the thing for the wildlife?
Yes, ma'am, to create a habitat for the animals and the birds and the things that he'll keep track of. I know the district has had contention with the equipment and the moving of dirt, but our response has always been that you have to have you can't be out there with a shovel digging these things. So it does take some big equipment. I think, Mr. Ward, you do have an end date. Did we talk about?
We're looking at that, that's the last project, and hopefully it should be done in the next 3 months. We should be finished with it. And then the only thing left to do is to trim the banks so that they have like a 1 to 2 grade. So animals can go down and get out. And so it would grass seed. And then that's it, we're done.
You applied for wildlife assessment? You already have?
Yes, ma'am.
He applied at when did you apply? In April?
That's in the spring.
Sometime in April, I think he came in and applied.
22.
Yes. he did.
And you expect you're going to get that?
Mike's already granted me some of them, I think. And there were some others and stuff in contention that still left. But hopefully that goes through.
Anything else? No.
That's pretty much it.
Okay, Ray, 7 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead and pull the picture up, Scott. I don't think we'll need our evidence back. So the only difference is this is January 1st. Sorry. So this is January 1st. The Google Earth picture is
Sorry, I'm trying to get it to where
No, don't worry.
it's showing up on the screen. There we go.
So this was taken January the 16th of 22. So at this point, as far as this, 2022 protest, 17420 is not under protest, but it is also, the Google Earth photo is not representative of the mark yet. But we now know that there's a tank being dug over here. If you'll pull up tax, Scott, I was looking at the property tax code. I'm under oath, so I can just say it, but I was trying to read it, but the way the property tax code talks about letters is you can imagine in your own life, someone says they sent you a wedding invitation, but you didn't get it, the wedding happens and you're mad because your nephew didn't invite you, and then he says he did, and then it all has to come with, did you send it? Did I receive it? And so the way that the property tax code deals with that is it basically says sent letter is a received letter. However, that doesn't mean that the property owner cannot, they still have the option to say, yeah, right, I didn't receive it. It's muddy, but that's the way it works. So here is something called events, impacts, and impacts. If you tell it to do certain things, it will record timestamps. So here's 4/4 of 2022. Printed ag removal, no ag evidence letter. So this is us sending a letter. That's what that is. And then this has to do with e-file. And again, there's another letter, 6/28, printed ag removal, no ag evidence here. So there's 2 letters generated in 22. And something that's kind of interesting is if you have those dates in your mind, we send a letter 4/4, we send a letter 6/28. And then if you go to images, and you go to ag all right there, and you look at 5/3, so this is after 4/4, here is an application for ag. Wildlife management. So 4/4, we send a letter, 5 something, we receive, hey, this is wildlife management, close that out. 6 something, 6/28, we receive a letter. We send a letter 6/29, we get another wildlife management plan for the year.
Is that the same one of those Christmas tree dates?
You can scroll down and look at the dates, Scott, all the way down. Try to catch the bottom of the form. So yes, there you go. This is that again. So you can see
the same thing twice.
That's correct. So we get one in 4, we get one in June, we send a letter also. Or we sent the letter in 4, receive in 5, month of 5. So it looks to me like we're getting responses to letters that we're sending that are being received. That is an assumption. It could be a coincidence. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. All I can say is from the data I have in front of me, it looks as if we sent letters, or we did send letters. There was whether or not they received or not. So now if we can go down a timeline here, we can say the district showing that letters have been sent, the district showing that ag is being applied for from a wildlife point of view. Then we can go to Picto again, and I can just tell you that it is the district's opinion in this county, we deal with this all the time, that mining is going on. And so when we see stuff like this, we remove the ag. That's what we do. And then we go down the road and we end up in here, and you guys get tasked with making a decision.
What is the mining for? What do you?
People buy sand. I mean, if you were to zoom out of this, but you don't have to. But if you were to be, say, 1069, 1781, and you're just going to look around, those aren't all natural. So, sand has some value to it right now on 1069. When you get down around King and B Road, there's a tremendous amount of mining going on.
When you say mining, what do you?
Mining is like it's sand, they're digging sand and selling it.
But for a purpose to.
Build houses, there's lots of building going on, people need sand bad. They need easy to get to sand, I don't want to sell them the sand out of my 6,000 square foot lot. So this is another area we're dealing with it. I don't know what to say, it's just our stance, this is our stance.
So what they're saying is that there should be an exemption.
Sure, and that there's a wildlife, that this will be,
I'm sorry, that's a good. Stop, yeah, can you go back to what was that prior image that you showed? Because 17. It's a different property. 17.
he was bouncing around.
Yeah, I know, it looked like it didn't show the work that was going on, so. Okay.
Oh, it was the previous.
422, yeah, this one there.
This is in 21.
Oh, okay,
So
excellent.
that's the time of it. And now if we had future photography, this would have a connection point. And this is dug also. Furthermore, I mean, with the wildlife exemption, in this county, people typically don't do it correctly. So we don't have a lot of wildlife exemptions. So we're kind of alert to it. There's a guy over on Port Bay Road, first guy on the right before the hunting club. He's the best. I can't remember his name, but a lot of you guys, ag guys, know each other. You may know him. He's super good at this.
We've always recommended Plateau Wildlife Management.
Well, that's fine. I mean, this guy he comes in and he even has elementary schools coming out to his property. And you know what I mean? There's field trips. He's really jumping into it. But yeah.
Does the district grant the wildlife?
Yeah, absolutely. Wildlife is attached to a beginning of the historical ag. So you
get a wildlife exemption.
you're already going to be an ag.
That's what I said, you have to be an ag property.
That's
to get
correct.
wildlife.
I believe so, yeah.
Am I allowed to interject a little
Yeah,
bit?
you have,
Just
4 minutes.
Just to kind of go back a little bit over all the mailing back and forth, the tax code does read exactly as Ray said. Mail sent is mail delivered, mail delivered is mail sent is mail received. But when the district is removing exemptions, they're required, if I'm not mistaken, to send a certified letter stating that your exemption is being removed. That way there's no question of did you get the mail or not. When it requires action from the district, it's necessary to send certified letters.
Do we do that?
Yes, but I just want to be clear, I'm presenting the evidence from our software, which doesn't do the mailing. So all I'm doing at this point is saying, this is the way we show that we've sent stuff. We have an event tab. That's just how we do it. So is it possible that we didn't send an ag removal letter? Is that possible that we printed one and someone didn't do it? Is it possible? The answer to that is yes. Is it possible we didn't certify it? Yes. It's also possible that we did vote for those. What I'm saying is in both instances, we received an exemption application after the date it was generated. So my concern would be larger if we never received the ag exemption paperwork and we did send the letter, because most ag people, if they receive a letter that their ag is being removed, they're up here that day. And that makes sense because it looks to me like Mr. Work was up here, like immediately saying, this isn't right. You don't want to lose your ag.
Which indicates, you think indicates that they received.
That's what it seems like. But again, this is not confrontational. It's just like, we don't have anything to go off of.
You still,
sent in, so.
You kind of took us some of your time there. You still have more.
That's okay. He was just mentioning to me that the dates, basically, again, we're arguing semantics over the mailing. The dates are coincidental. He had a deadline for filing a wildlife management application.
Yes.
So that was the time he was in here coincidentally.
It's
Well,
okay. I
either
think
which way, I think we're here to
it's
determine
okay.
if the property's still in ag use, does it still qualify? Does it qualify for wildlife management?
That
And,
is the crux.
and that's really where we're at.
That is the crux.
Everything else. is kind of
And that's the
point.
disagreement. That is the disagreement.
No value is just the ag.
Well, man, we want to talk about
Value goes some down.
Well, yeah.
I mean, but anyways, a lot of times with
Yeah, the general just is, it
Is
should
ag.
be ag or wildlife management, one or the other, and that's what we'd like to see happen first.
Okay, anything else you want to add in a minute?
Well, I'm trying to keep both my ag exemption and the wildlife exemption.
Right,
Because I'm still running cows,
right.
as long as I'm healthy and able to, I want to keep.
Are
my
there
cows.
cows on this property now?
No,
But you're working on.
yes,
But they're like in adjacent
There-
property.
I've got the three pastures.
Remember.
Yeah, one is where I'm keeping them, and I don't want them in the way of their equipment. And, you know, if they fall down in the pond before it's complete, they can drown, so. That's the reason for that.
So just as a question of ignorance on my part. What happens to all that sand that you pull out to make that area for water?
It Coast Materials has it. So whatever they do with it.
They sell it. I bought most of it.
There's kind of a deal, yes, there is sand being sold, but at the same time, Mr. Rourke allows Coast Material in there because they have the equipment. He can't afford to go out and buy the equipment that it takes. So you have an equipment company, somebody who does do that. And so that's basically how they do that. They get the sand to go sell.
They pay just work for the sand.
I think you get some, but but it's kind of in trade for the equipment as well. So there's a little bit of residual money there, but most of it, I think, is in exchange for the use of the equipment.
And what I do get, I turn around and buy the other property like that 10 acres next to it. That's just I just don't want to see everything turned into boat barns and suburban subdivisions and industrial parks. And so I'm trying to keep this the way it used to be in Texas.
Oh, so your time is up, ready up to minutes.
All right.
Anything else you want to add?
Now we're
Anybody want to know this phone?
I think everybody understands what I'm saying. If you have a question for me, feel free to ask. You know, this is gonna be our opinion. Let me say one thing. The district has a very important responsibility. The state of Texas holds ag. Ag is a unbelievable. An ag exemption is an unbelievable thing in the state of Texas. It is important. And we get it. Our job is to apply ag exemptions, but it's also to do it strictly. So we're not jerks. We're just very strict. We have a line in the sand, and when we want it all to be right. And it's okay that the cattle aren't there. That doesn't even bother me. That's a completely okay thing. You can have ag and not have cattle on your land for a couple of years. I mean, 2 years or something like that, and then you have to bring, so that's okay. It just comes down to use. That's all this ends up being, it's just use. So that's it.
And just in closing for us, that was why I thought it was important for Mr. Rourke to acknowledge to you guys that there was an end date in sight, that this was not a continuous operation, that because that is, I mean, if there was a, oh, well, we're gonna dig another one and then we're gonna dig another one, then there is a question about, okay, are you mining or are you actually ag? But the fact that he's like, okay, now I've done what I want to do and now I'm done with my land, that's an indication there that it's not an ongoing business.
Okay, and this piece that's in the middle that you're either just bought or going to buy.
Just
now, are
bought.
you going to need to dig that up too?
We've already,
It's already being.
It's already,
almost complete too.
Just to be clear though, it's not under protest. So we.
No.
No, because you just bought that.
I've got to wait for 5 years, I've got to.
July, you bought it in July, I think it's 21 or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, he filled in the history on that one.
Oh, 5 minutes for ARB to discuss or answer.
Can we zoom out or zoom in some more? This is what we're in that. Okay, great. So the intent of this property is there's going to be a pond, which looks like it's kind of wet now. Is that correct?
There's a little water in it, but we had a hell of a drought.
Yeah, that's right.
So the area that's all dug up there is going to be a pond.
And those are the banks, the actual pond is the bottom part around it.
Yeah.
And those banks, some have already been shaped. We're still working on the other side. But, and if you had to measure, it's maybe about a fourth of the 19.3 acres, about 5 acres, 6 at the most. So the majority is still pasture land and brush land.
Can you zoom out one?
And everything's. And they'll put islands on it too, because the amount of nesting sites and wildlife for the birds, or protected areas for the birds is incredible. It's just, they love them.
So all of this activity, or what we're seeing here, which is from the beginning of 2022, it's taken place in 21, right? From the beginning of 21 to.
I would say more so 22, more the latter. I'm terrible with dates, but it's been ongoing for the last year, I guess.
So you did have, you had an ag exemption on the property.
Yeah.
Previously. And
Yes,
it was
ma'am.
removed this year.
Whenever they did it, but I've had ag on that for like 25 years. 23.
I don't know, I didn't even say this, but I remember your other cases, sort of, and I believe we did put the ag exemption back on. But I don't know if that pertains to this. To me, I mean, what he's doing makes perfect sense to be, it should be an ag property. The fact that he's currently digging on it to make it that, it confuses me a little bit, and the district would have to answer is the fact that it has been ag property and it's going to continue to be ag property, but right now is being dug on.
You have to understand that there's a whole other side of this that we don't get to see in this meeting, and that is another thing that ag owners do, and probably appropriately so, is they're furious at mining. And so they come in here and say, you guys didn't catch this one. Mr. So-and-so dug a pond, but it's not a pond. He just mined his land. There's no animals ever going to be on it again. Y'all left it in ag. Y'all suck at your job. And they're really mad. It is because ag is very important to the state. Like it's like cherished, it's this thing that it's a great thing. And so what we have to have a line, and our line is when we see equipment and we see digging, we think that Jerry Kelly is going out there picking dump trucks up with dirt and they're making money, and that's what's happening. There's people who have built their own RV parks just by buying land. They'll buy this land, dig all the sand out of it, build an RV park. This is an ag, they're paying $100 a year on it. And then when someone sees it, it's on Facebook, it's everywhere. And so we're just heightened to this. It ends up in your lap.
So let me ask, are they required to have, is the ag standard for it to be from wildlife?
He had ag on it.
Okay, it's got
Yes.
ag.
So it's not a debate.
Okay,
It's not like a 5-year.
Yeah. No, but-
He can transfer over into it.
But this thing of digging for the water, the ponds, is that required?
I don't know. I don't know if that's a requirement for.
For the wildlife, I mean,
I
because.
mean, I'm not sure. I don't know all the details of the wildlife exemption.
I don't think it's required. I mean, to do wildlife, I don't think it has to have it on there.
I don't know.
Because
It
it's
gets
thinking
pretty
that if you look at most of Texas, it doesn't have a pond every 9 acres.
Yeah, right.
No, he's putting
19
the
acres.
ponds in there to cultivate the wildlife.
Yeah, to provide so that they won't leave it.
It's to encourage them to want to stay
To
rather
stay,
than
yeah.
stay on a barren piece of land where there's no
Yeah.
water or shelter.
Yeah, essentially, you're gonna feed them and
But
take care
when
of
you
them.
do the ponds, you take out a lot of the
Yeah, right.
shelter. Because you pull out a lot of you mow down a lot
No,
of.
he's
the-
creating the shelter by leaving by leaving the islands in the middle and having water around it. He's creating a natural habitat for them.
For me,
Doesn't look good.
that is so important. I agree with him. In this case, that's what he's trying to move forward with, so that he's actually doing a very good thing by making this a wildlife preserve, if you want to call it that. He's on the road, he's telling us what he's doing.
And you indicated you expect to be done with this in 3 months.
6 months at the most, but 3.
Yeah, and see, I'm trying to get this window, right, that just says, we get caught going across windows and stuff like that, where you started something in the middle of the year, and at the time that the district looked at it, you know, it was in a certain state. We're now in October of 22.
Mhm.
They're gonna come out and take a snapshot of stuff on January 1st of 23. And well, potentially, all right. I mean, we'd like to believe that his end goal, his end result is gonna be this wildlife refuge.
I believe him.
Yeah, I probably do too, but at the same time, Ray indicated, and I don't disagree with him. I mean, some of these people are gonna come back and be livid because this might look like a mining operation by mining, you know, getting sand, selling sand, or something like that. I just don't want,
All due respect, your decision should be what is being done with the property, not what somebody else is gonna perceive later. That's not,
But we are looking at what's being done with it, because part of the digging and the removal of sand is also part of what's being
yeah,
done.
and the end result is to justify going back to ag, the end result.
and he
becomes
does
a
have,
decline.
like, he does have livestock, he does have livestock, it's never not had livestock.
Ron, you got an opinion?
Well, on the ag, I know on my property in Imperial County, totally different. Digging a tank, and that's basically what he's doing, is right in the ag exemption requirements. You gotta do improvements to the land. And in Imperial County, I've gotta do something every 5 years.
His ultimate goal is very impressive.
I don't know if there's a permitting process in Aransas County for doing that. I don't know. You know,
I doubt it.
that or two,
I doubt it.
that or two.
Might I add something?
Yeah.
That with the drought we had, the only area where grass would grow would be along the banks, because as the seepage goes up and down, the grass goes up and down. Everything else, all that brush is just dead. There's nothing out there for wildlife or cattle. So it is very beneficial to keep wildlife and keep the cattle.
You do that, there's a federal program where you can get a well. I mean, you can actually get some dollars to get, so that you don't have to rely on rainwater. I know people do that sometimes. I don't know if it's your bag of tea.
Thank you. I'll look into it.
Okay, we're gonna have to put this in here. So I would be in favor of moving the ag.
Durant?
Motion.
I'm not so sure where to go with the okay, I'd like to make a motion on case item 2022, 2289, 17432, 160 and 17. Opinion because review board that the property just noted, should be able to maintain its ag status on that property. And that the ag will not be removed.
Okay.
And what about Q4 and all of these, are we gonna mention those in that Q4
Really,
really
I
been
think that
settled?
covers it, because you're saying exemption is denied, modified, or canceled, we're giving them back the exemption, so I think that, I think that gets covered in that.
I think so. I would probably just mention the new, market value, which would get rolled back to.
Okay, and that would, therefore, keeping the ag value on the property, would have an effect on the value of the property, which I don't know, to get rolled back to the last year's value.
That would be what we suggest. At least my suggestion is that we just roll it back to the market value, the ag market value last year.
Okay, and that we reduce the currently noted value of 139,500 to last year's noted value to 64,820.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. I know we'll see you next year.
Oh, I hope not.
But,
He'll just get it all in the water.
but that's why I asked about the fact this is October, right?
Yeah.
So January 1st, they're gonna come out and it would be, I know we have the ability with the PICTO to see certain time elements. Generally, the ones we always focus on is the first of the year. It would be really helpful if you had progressions of pictures that show progress or lack of progress over time.
Are you saying to make sure all the digging is done by January?
If it were done by January 1st, that would probably be really helpful.
A lot better.
Be a
Yeah,
lot easier.
but assuming
We
that,
have stuff back.
No, we didn't.
but assuming that it's not done. by January, okay,
Be prepared.
that be prepared, and the thing that would help the case in my mind is to see, okay, this is October, this is December, this is January, this is March, and you can see what's taking place.
The progression.
The progression, okay? And that would make me feel better to say, okay, yeah, there is progress towards
That's
your
why,
end
that's
goal.
why I told him it was important to have an end goal.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, we are good loser.
The only thing I think the banks would be.
No.
Oh, they'll do that after they do. Yeah, but they will do it.
We're not gonna go.
I've been out there.
Oh, you've been?
I buy sand directly.
Oh,
I take my
okay.
dump trailer and they load it for me. And I buy it from them.
Oh.
It's good sand.
You were gonna say,
So when your sand is out.
yeah,
Well,
Oh, you have to let.
you can do it here, you can do it out there, or whatever.
I'll do it. Thank you.
Too many bodies.
Thank you, guys.
I'll get those guys on the ball.
I'm cranking it out. You have a good day.
I don't know what happened to the rest. Well, there were 7 for 10 o'clock. and I don't know if they.
I think there's several on the phone.
Okay.
I don't see anybody sitting. It's all right. Well, I'm building the boat barn. Right. And I have a pond on the property. It's about an acre pond. And I'm trying to fill it in to square up in the barn. And to put a, like he said, a bit of edge on that tank part of it. Is what I'm doing.
No,
I got the
You ready,
thing,
Tom?
yeah.
no, I know that. For this is kind of thing, their taxes get lower and everything, but does then the government come in and help them sustain this?
There may be some grants out there for putting in ponds and tanks on ag exempt property, yes, there are grants you can apply for.
More so, I think, with the wildlife.
Well, that's what I'm trying, why would you do that? I mean, it sounds like, oh, the goodness of their heart, but
There's all kinds of grants out there. that they can be getting to help them do that.
The next property owner has two cases. He did request a phone hearing on his affidavit that he sent in yesterday. So are y'all good with doing a phone hearing?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yes.
His number, but he's doing two cases. One is that it's going to be a different district representative for each case.
Okay.
So we can do this one of a couple of ways. Y'all can sign in for both cases and then the district representative sign in for their particular one, or we can just do two separate altogether.
So let's sign in once for us, and we don't have to go through the whole rigmarole
You want me to just do them?
of.
One minute personal, business
Oh,
personal.
okay, I got it. Yeah, sure, I get it.
It is going to be, we'll start out with this, let's make sure I get the right one. Yes, yes. Page, 2291 will be our first.
Good page two, bottom.
H2 bottom.
Page two, bottom.
Oh, and I meant to get y'all a copy of that. Here's a sign where you can look and see what you say.
There you go.
Oh, no, I found mine.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just couldn't believe my ex didn't remember what it looked like. It's 2 months, it's been dangerous. Thank you, though.
Yeah, so Jackie's gonna do the STR.
Okay, so these are both 25/25D as well.
They are 25/25D.
Okay. And so just to,
Just to remind them. Is this,
Yeah. Do you need a copy of the code for the 25/25D?
No.
No. Is it not charged?
it may not be, be
no.
charged.
I could use some.
Yeah.
Goodness, I checked all the little ones, but I guess it wasn't.
Here's a,
I can pull
You plug it in and it works.
oh, no, her finger, it blinked a little.
it. Do you want me to see if he'd be willing to do a Zoom? I don't know.
Can't we just plug one of those portable ones in?
Yeah, let me get Ann.
Maybe,
We're falling apart. Okay, at the end of 5 years, are we any better at this?
6.
Okay, are you still erasing everything, feeling like we're starting all over again?
If you take the session off, can you come back, then there's,
Yeah, it's taking it off.
don't they just let you stay?
And they can, technically they can, I mean, the judge can do anything, just like we can do anything. But,
You can time off, okay.
I like this paper, I really enjoy it. 6 years.
Long time.
I know, but this was your finest year.
It was my mother's year.
Well, that's a good time to go. On the phone.
And our tech expert in common sense came and said, we'll just take a charger in there and set it in the charging base. So
But
that's all right. Nobody's gonna be sitting there. Oh, y'all put your-
well, I was trying to do that as well, so. I'll let-
Yeah, same thought. Middle point out.
Everybody like?
Thank you, and
Uh. Yes, well, hang on. And just to refresh yourself, the way we handle 25/25D is we're gonna hear it just like a regular case. Come up with a value or not, change, any change. And then based on, and then the last thing we'll do is apply the formula.
we don't go
Let's
into
see
it
where
trying
they're
to
at.
make it fit into.
Correct, Correct.
Do our regular thing.
Right.
No, but we'll go ahead and do it.
You'll see.
I know. Takes me a couple times.
Okay, so,
And it's
that,
been 2
having
months.
said that, I think I'm ready to dial them in.
Okay.
So his name is Jay.
Was this Jay?
Yes.
Jay, this was the appraisal review board calling for your, protest hearing.
Okay, yes, sir.
1 second, we'll get started.
Okay.
Okay, Jay, I have some administrative stuff to run through first.
Okay.
We actually have, there are 2 accounts that we're going to be dealing with in the hearings today. We're gonna go through the preamble for both of them together, and then I'll announce each hearing as we go into it separately. So we're gonna commence 2 hearings that I'll announce individually as we go into them. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify what's under protest. Okay.
Okay.
These also take the form of a 2525D type of hearing. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form, which will be included in the determination package you will receive in the mail after the hearing. Or you can take it online, and information about completing and returning that form, either online or with the form itself, is included on the form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So do we have all the evidence, has that been submitted? All the evidence that you're going to reference in your hearing today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, that it relates to case ID 2022-2291 and 2292.
I, Captain Hopkins, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66F in relation to case numbers 2022-2291 and 2292.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F related to
No, it's actually.
Okay. 25,466 and eight, 8148.
I will again do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F related to case ID 2022-2291 and 2292.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so we are assuming, Jay, that, since we have signed affidavit from you, that you are going to be considered to be under oath for these hearings.
Yes. Correct.
Okay. The next thing we would do is swear in the district representative. Excuse me, he stepped out of the room for a second, so we'll come back to that. I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. That's makes things easier. We're waiting for you to swear in.
All right, I don't know if this solemnly swear or affirm that testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the appraisal district is true.
Okay, and lastly, hopefully in the package that you received, you have a copy of the hearing procedure times. It's a one-page chart. Okay, excellent. That shows how we're going to run the hearing today. Takes one or two forms, either you can present first or the district can present first. Excuse me. You both have equal amount of time, regardless of who goes first, but you have the choice of whether you would like to present first or you would like the district to present first.
They can go ahead, that's fine.
Okay, now, we have two cases. Do you care which one we do first?
No, either is fine with me.
Okay, Ray, do you know which one?
Yeah, oh, no, one of them is an STR, we're doing the real property.
Okay, so we're gonna,
25466.
right. Okay, so we're gonna commence a hearing on case ID 2022-2291. Count number 25466, which is 2292 North Fulton Beach Road, apartment 704 in Rockport. Ray, you're up.
Okey doke, I want to be clear that this is a 2525B protest. You don't talk about the product on,
Among ourselves, yeah.
Okay, so-
we're just gonna decide it, as
the board determines the value and then the board does a test. And, now in our evidence, this is a condo on Contiki. If Scott will put a picture up, I'll show you guys which building it's in. Thank you, Scott. And this is the 700 building, and in Contiki, the 700 building is that one. So this is the building in Contiki that's dry. It's in there. And I think we know where Contiki is. We got that down. So we're gonna look at some sales real quick. In sales grid. So there's two sales. The first two sales are Contiki. One is not dry. It's a wet sale for 340, 346, and then there's a dry sale for 307,800. That 307,800 dry sale caused us to change the valuation for this building. The next sale is actually Racket Club. And the median value is 336, 364. The district can't recommend that value because of the 1/3 issue. It's a complicated thing that we're going to have to deal with today. But we're going to get through it. And so when we go to equity and we do the dry condos, you'll see that. Let me make sure we're looking at dry here. So there's a couple of comps here. Two of them are dry because they're the exact same size. You'll see the market value is the same. There's no adjustments. So in our equity, and then there's one more that's actually on the bay, but our equity is 364,650. And the math there is that it's picking one of the other dry condos that's exactly the same size and age. So
Are these 2-bedroom condos?
I do not know.
Ray? Okay, I'm sorry. Are these 2-bedroom condos up and downstairs or one floor?
Ours, there's 4 in our building. The mid 4 are 2.5. There's 2 with a loft. And so they are an upstairs, downstairs. And then the rest of the units in ours, there are 4 units on each end that are, singles on the lower floor, the 2 singles and 2 singles on the upper. So if you're talking, like 703, 4, 5, and 6, those are all 2 with loft in the middle, and the rest of them are 1 surrounding us.
So yours is the 2, all right?
Yes, 2 with the loft bedroom.
So, that's all I asked. My question you answered, one we can carry answered. You answered your phone. Oh. So are the ones you're comparing to the bedroom ones? Yeah, the 2-bedroom, they're the exact same. So when you see that 1353 square feet, that's the identifier. Okay. Anything else you want to add? No. Okay, Jay, you have 7 minutes, 2 minutes if you want to ask some questions, and 5 minutes for your presentation, or just 7 minutes.
Okay, I can go ahead. Ray and I talked kind of extensively about this when all of it first started. I think my main contention on it was I understood how we went through the discussion on my neighbors that were kind of in the middle of the building and how they assess those. My kind of contention was that we're the only building that's dry, and so everybody else is essentially waterfront or harborfront. There are 7 other condos in the complex, excluding 208 and 108 that are significantly less, but they're also a percentage because they've never completely been finished and they're under litigation. Those I kind of understand, but even at the percentage, they're right now at 199 and 206 on those two. And even if you would consider those to be 60% done, say add another $50,000, it would bring them up in the 235 to 250 range. 102, which is a bayfront, it's immediately adjacent to our building. Bayfront, it's got views on the side, end, and the front. That's at 280. And that's kind of where my biggest problem was, aside from the 400 and 500 buildings, and all these I'm talking about are all waterfront, and the 400 and the 500 building are at 287. All of these that I'm speaking of are all full 3-bedroom condos. So it's a significant difference. Other than that, I consider them, we're obviously, we stand out because I know other people have gotten through the process and numbers have changed, but there's a significant drop. The drop to the next highest in the complex is 340 something, then 330, then these 287s, and they drop, to the 280, the 206, and the 199. I guess my contention is I understand the sales, Ray and I talked about it, but I'm also saying that these others that sitting at 287, 280, and possibly if you add another 40% onto the 206 and 199, are all significantly, they're full 3 bedrooms on water. And so typically those types of values, they have a premium. And I know it's across the complex, there is a lot of value. I know that's a difficult issue. But even in the 600 building, that's almost the whole building was almost the same, and they're sitting at right around 315. So my whole contention, like I said, when I talked with him about it, was that how can you have full 3-bedroom waterfront units? And we all went through the same thing, went through the same selection and remodel, and it wasn't like somebody was, different on the remodels. Essentially, they're all the same, and nothing really changed unless somebody might have changed a little bit on some of the wet bedrooms. I know that most of all the 2 bedrooms, everything basically built back like as was before. So you're not looking at something that's a 4-bedroom double unit or anything. It's apples to apples pretty much in the complex. So in my mind, that was my whole case of this, is that I shouldn't be that much higher, and especially not for a larger waterfront. Even with this, if we did have a sale in our building, there's even varying values in our building. I think 701 and 702 are 246, and some of the others, and those are 1-bedroom. There's others in ours. We've got 174 in ours is 708. So I know it's difficult because there's a lot of values all over the place, but I certainly don't think that it's justified to have ours at 364. Especially when you've got a waterfront in the 100 building right next to us with views out the side as well, and they're sitting at 280. And everything besides the 700 and the 400 building. And like I said, our 3 units are the 2 with the loft. And then everything else is a 1-bedroom unit in our building, and the 400 building is all 1-bedroom. So I don't even take any of that into account. I'm just trying to compare. And the only thing I can do, we're the only 4 oddballs there that we're the 2 with the loft. Everybody else is a 3-bedroom. So it's relatively easy to compare to the entire, all the rest of the complex, the 100, 200, 300, 500, and 600 buildings are all full 3 bedrooms. So that was my whole take on it, that we're sitting and I don't look at certainly being the lowest value, but even if you added, 40% and bring the 2 unfinished units up to what fully finished with, and they did have AC, they did have everything, there was some interior finish out as far as sheetrock and painting and so forth. But you bring those up in the neighborhood of 250, you still got the 287 and the 280 that are larger than we are in their waterfront. So. Well, I'm somewhere around, if 102 is 280 and we were all the same, somewhere in that 280, 285 range. I mean, if they've got waterfront view, I mean, and I consider, like I said, we may have had a sale, but they, in fact, they walk out on their porch or the side, they've got the water view 2 different sides. And I've seen nothing, most of us know around there, the condition of everything and how I tried to stay somewhat involved when the rebuild happened to know exactly what was going on. And I do know that 108, 208, we have issues because of the owner is kind of neglected them. But the rest of them, there's not even infrastructural issues anymore other than what we're all experiencing. So we're all kind of in the same boat. So there's nothing that really should stand out. So that's my opinion. I do know that, and Ray and I talked about it, and I know they said all our neighbors, my neighbors at 307, but even at the time I told them, I said, well, we've got these 4 or 5 here, excluding the 2 unfinished ones that sit at 280 to 287. And I said, those should be either higher than us or we should be slightly less than they are. And I think just, the fact that they're waterfront 3 bedroom, those 2 factors that should count for something. We basically have parking lot on one side and lawn on the other. So it's not like it's bad. I mean, we're sitting as close to the water as a lot of people, but we don't have the same views and the waterfront's different. So.
Are you 2 bedrooms in a loft or a bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
2 bedrooms.
No, we're 2 bedrooms and a loft. Yes, ma'am.
And your loft is in the bedroom? Big enough?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, the pictures I think we have 2 small, it's like a kid's bedroom. There's enough room for like 2 small twin beds up there. There's no windows or anything else, so.
Good. Anything else you want to add? You have about 10 seconds.
No, I'm good.
I don't know if you guys are following along with what's going on. It's a tough, we're gonna encounter a tough spot here. We've done a lot of hearings together, and I think you guys know that I'm always looking for the out. I'm always looking for an out. And in this case, the out would be either one of 2 numbers. It's either gonna be 307 or the 280. In both cases, we don't meet the requirement of 2525B. So I have no out. There's not an out. There's literally nothing I can do inside of this hearing. There's nothing I can do inside of this hearing. There's just nothing. I'm saying it that way to say, because I don't disagree with anything that Jay has said. He has said everything. He knows my BD better than I do. He's rattling off numbers, units, and I get it. He's right about a lot of the stuff he's saying. We may be, back and forth about whether it's 280 or 307, but in the case of a 2525B and the third stipulation, that's a law. I don't have an out. There's not an
Jay, do you understand what he meant by that?
Yes, I do. And my thing is, like, I'm not asking for this. I'm not trying to angle for anything other than to say, if we're looking at 30% less than we are, be slightly below the 280. That's the only thing that I considered based on what I understood from him, and I read the form and everything, and I understood that it was right on the cut line. I know that's not something that's probably amenable to them, but I think in terms of what this is, if it did meet that 30%, 29.5 averages to 30%. If we go that route, I don't know if that's possible. That's going to put it below the 280, but then you look at 108 and 208, if they are even considered 60% done, they would still be, around 30,000 less than that. So there's some justification, I think, to go below if that's the only way to accomplish this, to go below the 280. And it wouldn't be much. I mean, it's, I think 280 sits right at about 28%. So,
Okay,
and I guess my contention is, like I said, we're a standout. And because of all this confusion and everything, what's going on with it, I mean, you know, I stand to be my tax bill and liability and everything, and it's I mean, I'm the most expensive in the complex, and if even if you consider 280, you know, we're talking about almost $90,000 higher than anybody else. That's a lot of difference in taxes for the year, and that's difficult at this point.
okay, okay, your time is up, Ray, do you have anything else you want to?
I don't have anything to say. Look, can I say this? Look, I do have something to say. I want to talk after. So I'm gonna want a few seconds to talk to Jay after you guys make your ruling.
Okay, Jay, you have 1 minute for closing if you need it.
No, I think I'm good. My contention is I don't want to leave it as is. I think it's, you know, the fair thing would be to do to make just something we did at one time. I mean, I know that I didn't get the email for my notification, or I would have had the formal. So I'm looking at this as my last opportunity, and I know I'm kind of in a corner with the thing, but I'd like to be able to move forward without having to live with that 364. I mean, I think it would be fair to be, I'm not trying to get by on the cheap. I'd be willing to accept, you know, what we discussed, the range, but I don't want to not do anything about it. I think that's totally unfair, at least towards my part.
Okay, thank you. All right, the ARB has 5 minutes now to discuss. I think we're tired.
Yeah,
We can't do anything because of 25, even at 280, when I was not go below 280.
You have to go, from what I'm figuring, you have to go down to about 268. That's a big,
There's no justification.
Yeah.
I don't think so. And so we really, you know, by law, we can't do anything. So, Jay, do you understand what we're saying? You know, by a 25/25D exemption, that's the only way you can qualify for any change in the value at this point. If you had come in and protested earlier on the season.
Well, and see, I did, and somehow the email, I was actually in Rockport trying to see if the hearing was going to happen, and apparently the email did not get to me. My evidence packet did, and I received an email on the date of my hearing that says, you don't forget your hearing. It was 15 minutes after it started, and I called and then asked, and they said, oh no, it's too late. And then they said, the only thing you do is write a letter, and I wrote a letter, and it got denied, and I explained all the circumstances, and that was my opportunity, and I did not have that email. Somehow I had the evidence packet, and everything since, never been a problem ever. And I don't know on my end which end it happened on, but I did try. I made the effort. I did talk with Ray on the informal, and I did decide to go to the formal, but then everything conspired on the formal to occur like it did. And so this was my only, I had no other recourse according to what I was told. And I mean, I'm sorry.
So what we need to do is Jay, let's let them make their ruling, and then just give me a few seconds to talk. So
Okay.
they need to make their ruling. We need to formalize some things. Bad news, good news, it all has to be formalized.
Okay.
Right.
Just make the
And I
ruling.
know what he's going to say.
No. Let's make the ruling.
You'll agree with that.
Yeah, I would suggest, we would propose a value of 280. And applying the test, applying the 25/25D test on a non-homesteaded property, puts 280 times 1.33 at 372, which is higher than the current appraised value. So consequently, we can't accept the change.
Just now that if we could, we would consider reducing it to 280, but we can't. By law, we cannot do that.
He understands.
Yeah.
He understands.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion on count of 2022-2291, count 25466. That based on the information presented by the district and by the property owner, this property does not meet the criteria for a 25/25D correction. Therefore, The currently owned value of 364,650 has to stand.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Okay, so Jay, you understood that. The next thing that happens in a case like this where I don't have an argument with you, is I want to do a joint motion to correct, which is, you get your hearing, you're gonna get some stuff in the mail that says you were denied, but we'll do a joint motion to correct at 307 to make you just like the other three that we've already settled.
Good.
It'll require some paperwork, a signature from us and a signature from you. And it will be your 2022 value. Do you have an issue with that?
No, I think that's the only option I have right now.
That sort of is the last option. Yeah, I mean, you could sue us. But I mean,
No,
I'm-
no.
after all this, I'm not.
It's been frustrating enough.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So, what I want to do is tell me, I know we've dialed it, give me a phone number. So that I did, while we're here, go ahead. Oh, is this a good number? 210-885-2398?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you'll get a call, we'll do some paperwork, we'll email you paperwork or something, get a signature, and this will be over. You know, it'll be okay, it's gonna be all right.
Okay,
Okay.
we have another case to handle with you.
Yeah, is Jackie?
I'm gonna get that.
Okay,
I'll get
great.
that.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and put this as a joint.
Yeah, this one, hopefully this will be here.
When I close this,
Yeah.
opening this, so
Yeah.
it'll have that ready for you to do it.
He said he think it would be easy. It's gonna find out.
Yeah, this hopefully, if it's not, it's not. This one's not nearly attention.
We're waiting for our district person to handle personal property.
Okay,
Just hold on for a second.
sure.
Okay, we are gonna open a hearing, commence a hearing on case ID 2022-2292, account number 8818148, which is business personal property at 2292 North Fulton Beach Road, apartment 704. So Jay, would you like to go first, or would you like the district to present first?
I can go first. I mean, our,
Fine, I have to state.
Oh, yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. So 1 second while Jackie, swears in.
okay,
I do solemnly swear that the affirmative testimony I shall present to the appraiser review board for the Aransas County appraisal is true and correct.
Okay, and hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Are you having challenges because the evidence package is named the same as the prior one? So it's bringing that up, I think. Yes.
I can show you them on.
Yeah, thank you, but we'll let
No
Scott
worries.
show it on the, actually, yeah, never mind. He'll show it on the screen. Okay, so Jay, would you like to go first, or would you like the district to present first?
that's fine. I can go. I mean, I think it'll be pretty quick. Jackie and I have talked before as well. Everybody seems like, I know Jackie and Ray fairly well. We've been conversations.
Okay,
They
great.
haven't been contentious. I just want to understand it all. My whole thing on this one.
You have 5 minutes right now, and then you'll have some
Okay.
time. So.
I didn't talk to Jackie about this one. What we have is when we were one of the few, and I was one of probably the few people that boarded up before the hurricane. So I was able to save a lot of my stuff, other than water damage. We saved a good bit of furniture, appliances, all the appliances actually, except for the refrigerator, which we replaced. But my thing was, and I understand about the new state documents that y'all have in the state guidance. But I'd always follow renditions on the stuff that I had. And most of this, we bought that condo in 2009. So I was using the stuff, a lot of that stuff from 2009. Some of that was able to be saved and some wasn't. And I put that on the rendition forms and file those every year. And of course, when, going back to 15, that's as far as I went back on this, it was around $3,000 2000, 1800, then of course the 2 years is 0. And back at 2780 and 2270, and then it jumped to 10.3. And understanding the new rules that y'all have to go under in the guidance, I have the rendition form again last year saying that basically what I have is, other than so a couple of beds, a couple of dressers, some chairs, and a new couch, and those should be, you can see in the pictures, we don't have one of the extensively highly upgraded fancy looking furniture units, pretty basic. And you can see that a lot of that stuff, you can actually even date most of that stuff, probably got a 2009 stamp on it. Even the kids' room furniture was secondhand. Most of that stuff I was able to move out, put in the storage unit and use again. So the value of that, for me, the stuff we replaced in there didn't justify the $8,000 increase. I know about the new rules, I know about the new guidance manual, but I still I wasn't agreeing with that. And Jackie and I had a long conversation about it, and she said, well, it's probably got to be about the 2,000. I said, yeah, but not 10,000. And that's, especially when I spent approximately $4,000 on the stuff that we did purchase after the hurricane, and the stuff that's there now has basically been in there prior to even our purchase. So it's 14, 15 years old, other than the few new things outlined on the rendition. So, I think my contention, I would always say, if it's depreciating, we rent it out, people trash it. It's worse now because there's less rental places to rent. And we've had so many more problems since we started renting back out. And we try to go as much as we can, but yet it seems like the people we're getting are worse, and they just don't take care of things at all. And we've actually had to repaint, never had to repaint since I owned it, and I've had to repaint twice now. So I don't know, somebody can say that's who you're renting to, but I think it's just the fact that there's less rental pool available in Rockport. And we get what we get, but that's what I'm saying. It's difficult for me to justify that big of an increase or even an increase when I've got people using it and trashing it. And I barely, I try not to replace it if I don't have to, unless it's appliance, but that's what I hope to show in those pictures. And those pictures are posted online as well. So, you're welcome to, somebody wanted to actually see inside, you can see that that's the condition it is now and what's in there. So that's pretty much where I stand on it.
What is your opinion of the value of your property?
Well, I filed last year at 2270. We agreed. So, I guess you have to go by the guidance if there's some lock in that you have to do with the guidance. Otherwise, I would expect to be some depreciation. So I filed 2270, it was accepted last year or prior year. Some percentage less than that for depreciation. I haven't replaced, the only thing we've ever replaced in there has been the fridge. We were able to salvage and keep everything else. Actually, the only other thing we've replaced washer and dryer recently. And so we spent $800 on that. So that's with less than a year old. So if you want to include that in there, everything else has been what it has been down there. So, I'm saying the 2270, I can stay with the 2270 if not for that, because maybe the washer dryer washes out the depreciation, but I think 10,003, even though it's with the new guidance, is excessive.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. You have 7 minutes.
We have had multiple conversations about this. I don't think you have $2,000 worth of stuff in that condo. We talked about it's everything. It's the whole kitchen. It's everything available to the renters. The dishes that are in there, if you scroll through the pictures that the CAD did, these were pulled off of the internet. Same pictures as him. These might be easier to see what's in there. Unfortunately, you don't know who you're renting to when someone signs up online. And putting new stuff in a short-term rental is not something that people typically do. They put older stuff, older furniture, they get deals, they get garage sales. I just think it's not $2,000 worth of stuff. There's a value in use that comes into play. Not just how much the stuff costs, but this condo does rent and it continues to rent. Yes, he has to do repairs, but that's with any rental that you have. That's with the house, a condo. You let, your friends stay in your house and they trash it, you do the same thing. It's okay. We just did not agree on the value. I'm not at $2,200. Am I more at 10,000? Probably. But, we put him on the same schedule that we put every condo. And he got the exact same thing, pretty much that every condo has.
It's a nice.
That's all I have to say.
Okay, Jay, you have 4 minutes if you want to make other comments or question, Jack, and anything else.
No, I think, we've had the conversations about it. I mean, that, for stuff that I had, 90% of that stuff that was stuff when we bought the condo that was already a couple years old, going on 15 years, and after we don't rent it, it's gotten worse, obviously, with the economy and everything, but it's never like we come down quite a bit ourselves. But the rental, like I said, I understand about the maintenance and so forth, but there's a lot of heavy use on that, and people don't take care of things. And some of those fixtures are very, like the dining table and things. We don't replace a lot of that stuff because they're gonna trash it out, and they do. And it's that was a nice $25 table. I wish I could find another one like that, but it's just one of those kind of things that we do it. We're okay with it because we're okay with it. I'd be okay with it at home, but I'm not going to put a lot of stuff down there I try to be, where it looks better than it costs. And since most of that stuff is, like I said, from that long ago, that's what I go back on saying this is older. It wasn't wholesale other than what we absolutely had to. It was growing hair or smelling bad from the hurricane. And that's typically the things that had cushions or the beds. So, if we could use it, reuse it, we got it. I even have all the utensils and everything else that came with it. And so I've done we try to do as little as we possibly can to save the most money we can. So like I said, the other values were accepted in previous years, and then I understand that there's state guidance and so forth. And she and I are off that we don't agree on, but I mean, if I would live with, I'm okay with the 2270, obviously, but I'm not okay with the 10.3. So because I can say, if I replaced everything in that condo, what was the value of 15-year-old things, whether they were dishes or furniture that remained, and then if I spent $4,000 on that in 2019, that's had use over 3 or 4 years. So my opinion, I guess, would still obviously steer toward the 2270. It's been accepted before, and that's the only thing I was going by. I understand y'all have new guidance, and but I think it's like I told her, it's kind of a joke, but if somebody wanted to offer me $10,300 for everything in the condo, I'll meet them at the door tomorrow and be happy to sell it all. So,
All right. Thank you, Jackie.
New guidance, to talk about equity. We had a big conversation about equity and everyone being equal. You just can't have a income producing condo that rents out that is $2,000 worth of, it's just, I don't think it's right. And everyone was on the schedule, not just him. There were houses that were put on the schedule as well. Everyone follows the same schedule. So pretty much it. Made it equal to everybody.
I think it has to do with the hearing.
25.
This is defined as a 25D roll correction. So
It could be a third, right? That's a third over a phrase. It could be what he's saying. Because if he's saying 2,000 and we said 10.
yeah, it depends on what we will go down to.
Oh, got it. Okay.
We've never done a 25 being a personal property.
Right,
I
right.
mean, it's a value saying that he's a.
It's a 25D roll correction, irregardless of whether it's personal property or value and property and improvements.
We still have to meet this.
I think we still have to.
I think
Can we get a rule on it?
I'll go double check.
Great. Do you want to check for a rule?
Sure.
Yeah, the answer is, the formula applies, so.
All right, Joe, we were just checking that this was submitted as a 25D correction, so do you understand what that meant?
Right, if we're saying it has to be at least 30% higher. And I guess that's where I was looking at it, that, if there was a 2270 value previous year and a 10.3, we're so far apart that even at the 30% reduction to the 10.3, that's still 3 times the 22 almost, over 3 times the 22. So that's my contention was, if my value is that, in comparison to the other people, if you look at some of the other interiors on the furnishings and see the differences and see what people replaced and bought and how it looked, I think that kind of justifies in and of itself.
Okay, we need to make a decision, and what will happen is the ARB will make a decision on what we believe the value of the personal property to be. And then,
Okay.
we'll see if that meets the 25 fee deduction. So,
Okay.
we'll make our decision, and we'll, we'll do this in, so.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is that really big?
well, that's the number we need.
We try to put that together. What do you think, Ron? Or do you want to say where it is?
I don't know, it's got the use of value.
Yeah.
On that.
And if you look at the median range for condo rentals, I would put that as not the low end and not the high end, but at the median that we had it checked.
I want to say we put this one on
The lowest, so really committed.
I think it's even more.
You have to put it on the low end.
the. It is, probably, this is probably medium without any outdoor equipment, probably. I think I didn't do outdoor equipment because we had like plastic chairs. I mean, it'd be outdoor furniture. I lowered that.
Yeah, according to this kitchen is 7 and 6.
And I didn't do the outdoor furniture in this one. So that all added up with the outdoor furniture,
It's,
or I didn't do the outdoor equipment. So I would have done 2-bedroom. So 2, 5, 6, 7,
but
8,
it's
9, 10, 3. That's why I did 2-bedroom.
loft.
Oh, I just did a 2-bedroom
Okay.
without any outdoor furniture or equipment. That gives you
And the kitchen alone, that comes up to,
It was based on a $5,000 cost for the kitchen. So
okay,
2,000 per bedroom, 1,000 a bedroom, 5,000 in the kitchen, 3,000 in the living room, 300 for the bathroom linens, towels, and I didn't do any outdoor equipment. So that gives you the 10,000. Mhm. So that would be on the low end,
the low end, yeah, mostly that, yeah.
which I will say that we put all condos in that lower bracket.
You did.
We did. Mhm. Yeah, so they're all valued in that lower bracket, depending on how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, if outdoor furniture, that's what we know. They're all based on that low end.
You didn't actually add it in the third bedroom. You just did 2 bedrooms.
Yeah, we didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah, it,
Get your 480.
what did you come out with?
Well, 8270, but I can't get below 80.
I think the 8270 is. Okay with me. All right, yeah, we're gonna make a recommendation on the value, and then we'll see if it meets the 25 exception. Is the only way we can reduce the value at this point.
Yeah, well,
Okay, we're going to make a motion on the property and it'll include the 25 discussion. So this would be a regarding case ID 2022-2292 account 8818184, which is a rental property currently noted at 10,300. It's opinion of the review board that we use that value based on the pictures we've seen and how it's been assessed accordingly to lower that value to 8,270. And 8,270 does not meet the standards for a 25B exemption. And so therefore, we cannot do anything at this point. We cannot lower your value for this year. Because the only way we could do that is if we have a 25B exemption. You understand that?
Yes.
okay, so you made the motion, I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, Jay, was there the same issue with this being submitted in a timely fashion as the other account, the other?
They were both, yeah, the formal on the thing, I know Jackie and I had the discussions about it, which is basically almost like they extended informal, but yeah, it was the same issue, they wrote together. So the notification, everything on neither did I have, so that was the issue I was sitting with this one, so.
Okay. Well, all I can suggest is hopefully try and keep on top of it next year. Because I suspect they'll have a similar discussion next year.
You get it in on a
Yeah.
time basis and don't have to go on a 25B exemption, there is a possibility that it could certainly be reduced.
Right, and I think on something like this one's really unfortunate because like I said, you could have somebody praise what we have in there, and I think when I was listening to your conversation, some of the values, they wouldn't be as high as what some of those values are, and I understand you want guidance to go through, but when you're talking the 5,000 numbers and the 2,000 and so forth, it isn't worth it, you know, and if that's one of those things where you could even actually show receipts, maybe where I get to next year to show when it's purchased, and that would affect that value. It has to, if I have to produce those, that I don't agree with. I don't agree, like I said, with the 10, because of certain rooms, you can't just blanket them. And I know y'all, the hands are tied, so.
We've already made a decision, and unfortunately.
Right, I understand it.
By law, we can only do what we just did, and so we just have to do something like to pop out a little quicker. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
I just want to say, hey.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
You got stuff in your hand. Looks like.
No, this is something else for the guy y'all are actually talking to, but yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, then I think y'all are done. Yeah. And double check with Val.
And then we don't have anything till free.
Correct.
I believe so, yeah.
I have only talked to the lawyer about the BPP stuff. She didn't have much guidance. I was gonna have a conversation with one of the other ARB. She had-
All right, enjoy your long lunch. Be back, Becker.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Stop.
Now it's got to go back.
Take it off the charger.
I was gonna try and
Don't start it.
go around this way. That way you don't have to jump over the board.
Or you put on luggage.
All righty then.
Well, that's what I was trying to do, and then it started beeping.
3 o'clock. Huh?
You get 3.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, darling.
Well, now it's, I guess official, you're not coming back.
I think we'll be back for the meetings. Well, we have.
Yeah, but for next year.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, everybody have a good afternoon.
Yeah, see you in a little while.
Okay.
You're gonna go home and relax since you've got, what, 2 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah, right. Okay,
Okay, see you at 3.
all right.
Yes, good and use that way.
Yeah. Checking to make sure this-
Business 35.
checking to make sure this stuff's all on.
This is not 35, north of business 35.
It's 3 o'clock.
I was watching something the other day and I saw the part of my hair and I was like, dude, do I have a bald spot? And I put my hand in there and I'm like, I do not have a bald spot. This is the most like unflattering thing.
I will feel no one. And remember, to take my gun off the floor.
Right, yeah, literally next to right.
Yeah. That would be fine.
Mm.
Hey Siri.
It's a cottage. Something that has title or what do you think on the side below? Well, you would know if you want to file a deed or just title, like you can go to the state and then title or anything, and then like. You can go on, it's like, so.
Okay.
So do you have your other truck this morning?
No, I parked around here.
Ah. You see the black.
Yeah, it's over there.
Okay. I talked to Peggy, she said she took a COVID test and it wasn't good. With COVID,
That's good.
a real scratchy throat.
No, no. Is that a shock? It was tempting.
Yeah, sure would work.
Yeah, and it was just a little too short. I figure if I go to sleep, I won't wake up.
Couldn't go outside and work, so.
Mhm. Yeah.
The Astros coming on at 3 o'clock.
So we have to be out of here by what time?
Oh, I got a recording
Oh, okay.
Was it yesterday they won in the bottom of the ninth?
day before.
Day before?
I threw out last better.
What did they?
Yeah, he earned his money. He's a designated hitter. He did what he's supposed to. And it was a rocket. 438 foot.
Wow. Put a dent in something.
It was a good game. Zoom at 3 o'clock. What I was wondering.
I have letters and final ordering of motions.
Okay.
When we get a chance.
Thank you. Next on the motion. Oh, this is the 25-20.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
yeah,
little different. And then there is the one for American Apple.
Okay,
Okay. And I don't know if y'all know, but there is a fan there if you want to turn it on. If you want. This is
Please,
over in the- You want me to?
please,
Okay.
thank you. That way if I start snoring, they won't hear me.
Simply for the white noise.
If we have to stay awake, you have to stay awake.
Okay, will remind me.
Yeah. One of those equal opportunity things. Oh, I got it. Sent Peggy a text and she said she's feeling much better.
Good. Good deal.
And she was sorry she missed the meeting. I said, that's okay. There's one in December. I thought I didn't break the other part too. Yeah. Now I always
I don't know if it's because you work here.
we voted
No, no.
laws. Hold on, I'm trying to do it. No, not till Sunday. I have things scheduled, so I'm sorry.
It rained.
Yeah, get rain, there's plants to be put in. Punches of honesty. Just what we're facing, yeah. Two people, one of them is, same person has three. Oh. Four. Yeah, four, but one of them just has three, it's only two people there. And it's like counted on, I thought it was the same one. They're all four. They're four?
Yeah. I think
Oh.
Oh, yeah, she may be.
All right, our property owner is here. And there are 4 cases.
You might have thought about that.
And if you had any edits on the letters?
Yeah.
Yeah. I figured you might.
Okay, so these are those, I think those are right. This one, I assume you just included the form if they were going to submit.
Right.
Okay, cool. Those are signed. And the only thing I would suggest is in that hearing, comma, the ARB.
Oh, good call. Okay, you ready for me to,
Yeah, I need to use the
yeah.
restroom real quick.
All right. I'll get the.
Exactly. Yes.
And if you take a nap, you're gonna be so
Oh,
blurry.
Yeah, forget about it. You're done with that.
I wish I was. Yeah, great.
Have a seat right there at the head of the. Cheryl Matlock.
Ready? Okay, Cheryl, I have some administrative stuff to run through and then we'll get into the specifics of your hearings. So we're commencing a series of four hearings. We'll swear in once for all four and then I'll announce each one as we go into them. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube and verify under protest. Maybe a little more interesting. Well,
We could
there,
do my house first, because I'm really not, there's just something that needs to be corrected on that.
okay,
I'm not really protesting evaluation.
the house,
It's 204, so.
okay, so that's
1385.
and that just says keep eye voters, and that's, and she indicated that there's just some correction that needs to be.
Yes.
Place, okay. And then the others. So we just want to make sure that we're covering everything we need to cover. 17, 34.
This is just homeowner exemption not applied for 2020, 2021, and 2022.
Then they applied it in 2022, just not 2020. 2020 and 2021.
Was it applied in 2020?
No, it was not. It was applied in 2022.
Okay,
2020.
so I'll ask the question, but we won't be voting or dealing with that. That's something you'll need to take up with the district staff.
Okay, because
Okay.
I know I turned it down like in 2019 at the end of that, because that's when we moved into that house.
Okay,
And I tried to do it before that. She told me you can't do that until you actually move into it. So I turned it in for 2020 and I didn't see, it may have been applied, I just didn't catch it. But I don't think that it was applied for 2020.
okay. Well, they'll be able to verify that.
I only have one other issue with that one.
All right, so we're just at this point verifying what's in the protest. So that's that one.
So are we going to hear that or just?
We'll go through it real quick and just basically say, how do we do it? Oh, when we'll get it. Okay, so the next one is,
1716.
yeah,
Not spread it, not classifies correctly.
okay, we'll address that when we get go into it. See what that one's about.
Same thing, it is, even 176.
32, yeah.
Market and equity and then other instruments. Incorrect. Classification for changes and that's total. That will be the variance.
We'll cover that. And the last thing to do is 631. That's okay, so we'll agree with that one as well. That's it says unclassified correctly. We'll see how that affects me. Okay. All right, so we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protests. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. So the four of us around the table are the ARB. Eamon Burke at the end of the table is the representative from the district, and Val Smith and Scott Arrington are both from the district, helping in various items during the hearing. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the form that's there on your left hand. Or a copy of that will also be included in the determination package. You're not in your head like you've been through this before. Okay.
Every year.
All right. And information about how to complete the form and return it, as well as if you want to take it online, it's included at the top of the form. It's all included there. The survey is entirely voluntary, but we always do appreciate any feedback that you want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Now, I did notice, aside from the protest forms, if there was any evidence. Have you submitted all the evidence?
I'm giving
Oh, you got it?
Speak.
Okay,
I just have, I mean, I have a page that has my notes and stuff on it for things for me to discuss.
and that's fine. If you have pictures or any other
All the
documentation.
pictures and I'll be able to pull them up on on the screen.
Very good, thanks. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and have signed the affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it relates to case IDs 2022-1385, 1393, 1394, and 1395.
I have documents, I'll swear that I have not communicated with an individual in regards to in violation of tax code section 41.66F in relation to account number 17634, 17633, 17632, and 17631.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 in relation to accounts 17634, 17633, 17632, and 17631.
I, Ronald Kennedy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F related to case ID number 2022-1385, 1393, 1394, and 1395.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and we ask to swear in at this time, and Val will help you do that.
Okay, I, Cheryl Matlock, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And then you'll
For
say-
cases number 1385, 1393, 1394, and 1395.
I, Ian Burke, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct for account 17634, 17633, 17632, and 17633.
Yeah, we were on download instead of all. It's always something. Okay, there you go. Okay, Cheryl, is it okay if I call you Cheryl? Okay. I need to ask if you hold a license certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No.
Okay, thank you. On the wall of the hearing procedure times is also under the survey form there on your left side. It's just underneath that. In the,
Oh,
there you go.
Okay.
And that shows how we're going to run the hearing today. It takes one or two forms. Either you can present first or the district can present first. You both will have equal amounts of time, regardless of who goes first. So let's start off with that first case, which is opening a hearing on case ID 2022-1385, account number 17634, 204 South Live Oak. And I'll ask if you want to go first and the district goes first. I suggest you
I
probably
think I
go
can go
first.
first and then
Yeah,
we can do
because
what
this is
it's
about the
pretty
homestead.
complete.
Right.
The only thing, you know, like I told you about the homestead exemption, and we'll get that cleared up. The only other thing is you have my pool classified as a 6. It is not classified correctly, and right now I have a photograph. It's under 204. Of the photo, it's under repair. We're probably going to have to replace it. It's a manufacturer defect. So it's not, it doesn't have anything that goes to it, no water areas, no extra hot tub, no extra waterfalls, nothing. It's just a plain fiberglass pool for my grandkids.
Okay, so
And it's classified, 6 is one of the highest classifications on it. And it's just not that big.
all right, so part of the question then is, Are you protesting that?
I am because that labeling it as a class 6 would increase the value of the pool itself, which it is not. It's not a class 6. I mean, I don't know what they classify a fiberglass pool at. I'm not privy to the codes.
Okay, so we'll let the district address that.
Okay.
As to your homestead exemption, again, you'll have to address that with the staff out. Okay, is that it for?
That's it.
Okay, maybe you wanna,
Yeah, the, almost everybody's pool is gonna be a 6, that's just what pools are. I mean, it's contributing $4,900 worth of value to the property. So the contributory value of the pool, every pool is pretty much 0. Even night pools, because they have costs to maintain. So the pool is kind of the classic example of something that costs more than it increases your property.
Right.
Because it's just how it is. So.
So there's, can I just ask you one question?
Yeah.
So is there more than one classification for pools?
Yeah, there are, but part of it is like. We don't use the old ones anymore. That's kind of a. Well, a new one will get added sometimes to. Update the value of the pool. That hasn't been updated. But it would be really weird for a pool to be added. As like an SWP3. That would be weird. That would be very unusual. It's pretty much just on there because we have to have it on there. It's not-
Right, I mean, I just, from what I could tell, that a pool as a 6 was the higher end pool that had contributing like hot tub or water.
We don't have
fountains or
any
anything like
kind of
that.
like description of like 6 discrete categories. of food.
Okay, so you just have it.
They're just printed all sixes, like they're the pools.
That's fine, but as you can see, it does repair, it's not even that.
Sure.
There, and if they have to rip it out, it's gonna be a problem. So, I mean, I'm done with that, with everything I can take up, but then it's in there, we're done. I don't have anything else from that.
okay.
So we're going to leave.
Leave the value as it is.
And there is a homestead for 22. It has.
Was it for 20 and 21?
Yeah, it carried from, because you have a cap loss for 22. So that means you had a homestead in 21 and a homestead in 22.
Well, they didn't show me that, because I mean, I didn't see it on any of my documents.
I don't know where you would see that.
I can show you,
But yeah, you
Okay,
I'll show you here,
okay.
just like have to get this to.
I just can imagine they just picked it up in 22. That's why I had asked.
Yeah. The pool, you mean, or the homestead?
The homestead.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, because you have a cap loss in 22, that means that you have to have a homestead.
The cap that you have was based on this year's value. That went up.
This year, what?
This year's value where you went up.
Yeah, cap is last year's value plus 10%.
Right.
So you had to have a homestead last year to calculate the cap, or else they wouldn't calculate.
Does that answer the homestead question?
Much, yeah.
Okay, Scott, you're showing us the,
Oh, this is the roll history here. This is 2020, there's a homestead, 21, there's a homestead, 22, there's a
Okay.
homestead.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Please clarify that. That's fine.
You're also homestead.
Fine, no, I've got a lot of things going on right now, and this is kind of not a priority. I mean, it is, but
I mean, it's been taken care of.
Yeah, it's been
You don't
taken-
have to-
well, I'm done. Thank you.
yeah, I would just make a motion. Value for this.
Okay, on case ID 2022 with 85, now 17684, which is 204 South Black Oak Street. And addressing the protesters' question regarding the value of the pool, that has been answered by the district. And it will be a homestead issue has been answered by the district. So the current value of $502,909 will stand as is.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. Do you care which one we do
Can we
next?
start? Because that's kind of the way I have my code. Like 203, 205, 211, and just so in sequence.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so.
203 would be 17631.
Yes.
761.
Yeah.
Bottom of the page.
Okay, so we're opening a hearing on case ID 2022-1395, count number 17631, which is 203 South Magnolia Street in Rockport. And would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go?
No, I can.
Okay, so let's take one quick peek here again, because
It just has noted, under other incorrect classification, not a warehouse. That's the only,
Oh, well,
you're not protesting value or
yes, I'm processing the value based on that and
basically incorrect.
yes,
Incorrect
incorrect
classification.
classification and value.
You didn't check that box.
Oh, sorry. Well, I didn't know that until I did a little bit of research. So I didn't know that it was going to be classified wrong.
well, we have to ask the district, are they prepared to address value? And I think they are, based on the evidence that's available. Good. Okay, would you like to go first?
Sure. I have several different photos of the building. The building in question is a carport that's enclosed and it has 2 roll-up doors. It's being classified.
Can you tell us where?
Okay, hold on. I don't know what that is. Okay, so. So. Okay, so if you could pull up, in the photos, it's gonna be the second set of photos, and it says not a medical building 2. Oops. Yeah, wait, number 2. Yeah, okay, so it's an Eagle carport. It was permitted as a carport by the city. I've shown pictures of how it's built. It is built in the exact same way as when I look at. I have another carport that's on 211 that was built at the same time. They are built with the exact same materials. The only difference with this one is we put sides on it and doors. It's, like I said, it was classified by the city as parking and storage. It wasn't classified as a warehouse or a metal building. And then I have another file that's under photos of a real metal building, which is the one that's on 211, which shows you the difference. There's a whole set of pictures that show you how this one is built, and a whole set of pictures that show you how a real metal building is built, because those require inspections, whereas this one did not. This one can go up in a day, a real metal building cannot. It has to be built to windstorm specs, carports. See, that's how a real metal building is built. So there's a vast difference in it. I've asked previously, they said before that they had gone by their definition of what a metal building is. So I've asked for that definition, and asked where it's come from, and I've never received it. This is the second year I've asked for it. So there's a vast difference in how they're built, and a lot of their comps, they showed carports. And they were classified correctly. And then the warehouses that they had classified as a warehouse were like this. They were not like mine. The other thing is that the land is classified, the land rate is a 1020 a square foot. Everything around me is at between 7 and 850. Dr. Soto's building, their Kate's building. There's another piece of property, I can't remember what it's on. I think it's where the Apple Duckland is, that piece of property. The Treasure Island, they're all classified at, they're all priced at like between 6 and 850. And so mine's at 1020. My concrete, there's pictures I just went out and have taken a photo of concrete. The concrete has all kinds of stress cracks, and you could not use it to build anything on. It would have to be completely taken out. You can't set anything, and the carport's about the only thing you can set on there. I couldn't even put a real metal in it. So I'm the price and value, I have a receipt for Eagle carports. We actually, the price that he has on there, I didn't see what that is, I didn't leave those papers with me. But I mean, I literally paid like $13,000 for it. You can't buy a metal building for that. So there's a big, huge difference in the way a metal building, warehouse type building is built. Additionally, a lot of the comps that they use, there was nothing within 6 months. There were comps that included, in order to get his value ratios up, there were all kinds of comps from everywhere, storage units, everything. This is not even anywhere close, not at all.
Anything else you want to add?
No, it's still like the definition of a metal. But this is it's metal, then you mean it's a real metal building.
Okay, so first of all, how we label properties in our own internal database is not a protest of life. You can't protest at an ARB hearing how we label things in our own database, because that's basically auditing our skills as an appraiser. And it requires education, training, relevant experience. Sorry. There we go. Metal building is a building that's made of metal. That's what it is. It's not a discrete category. I think I know what you're referring to when you say metal building now, but both of these are metal buildings. They're buildings and they're made of metal. You've invented a category that you call metal building, but I'm telling you that is not useful. It's not a useful.
But you have a carport category,
Right, we have a carport label.
and that's a carport.
Right, there are things that we label as carports that do not have cars on it. It's a label, and how that label gets used is not something you can protest, because it's a framework.
But those labels determine pricing
Right.
and value.
So
And that's why I'm saying that it's classified wrong, therefore the value is wrong. And the value is also wrong because there's no income or any money.
right, so the reason we have it classified as what we would call a WHSL, which is, it has, the letters correspond to things, but what you're looking at, and the difference between the one that you showed with like the red iron and like, welds and stuff, and it's anchored into the ground, would be changed by that last letter in the code. Would be a WHSL, it would be a WHSA, or a WHSE, or a WHSA plus or something. The WH category, it is a label that we was designated at this appraisal district when the schedule of cost values was created years ago, years and years ago. It's a Marshall Swift cost schedule, where those things come from. But it's fine that it's a metal building. Both of them are metal buildings because they're buildings made of metal. We would never classify this as a carport because it's enclosed.
So I take the garage doors off, it could be a carport.
Yeah, if you take the garage doors and the, yeah, definitely.
So is that going to cause the value to come down?
Yeah, it would. It would,
That's why I'm
because,
telling you
because
that
you're
it's classified
adding
wrong.
value by putting doors on.
$1,000
more.
a piece.
Well, the degree to which you're adding value is a matter of appraisal, judgment, and opinion. But in terms of how we classify it and list it, it's not a carport anymore. We would, if an appraiser went out there in the following year and saw it was labeled as a carport, they would fix it. They fix it every year.
But the
They didn't
city
change it.
permitted it as a carport.
We're not the city.
I
And
understand,
how the
but-
city does their permits, they're also not appraised.
well, I'm also in the Heritage District, and I don't think they're gonna let me put something up that they didn't approve, and they didn't know exactly what was being put there.
Which is,
I mean, they knew it wasn't a metal building.
that drives your value.
I don't have any water, I have no electric, I have nothing like that going in.
The fact that it's in compliance with like a restrictive government code that is intended to preserve the quality of the neighborhood, you basically just explained another feature of why it's worth more. Because it's in
No,
compliance,
the Heritage District has a lot of restrictions on what you can and can't do.
and those are done to keep the neighborhood good,
I
not
understand.
bad.
I put my house there to improve the neighborhood.
Right.
So, but
It would be-
I
you'd
still
be
think that
arguing
the
your
value
value
is
down
too
if it's
high.
not in-
Well, I'm just saying that it's too high because it's not built like a metal building, even though you're classifying it as that. It's not a warehouse. It is a carport, a glorified carport with 2 doors. That's it.
And walls.
And well, it has, well, a lot of them have walls. I mean, the carport that's at 35 at Alfresco Eats, It has.
Okay, well, real quick, since we're still on my time, let me go to my sales grid real quick. So year over year, the value of this building didn't change. It's the same value it was last year, it actually depreciated from last year. The thing that changed for 22 was the land table was updated. So the grid that I included does not figure in the value of the building. This is just to explain why was the land table changed. And we have sales on South Magnolia, where's the third one? They're also in Magnolia. South Magnolia. So a bunch of this stuff sold right here. And so we see how much they're selling for, and it's land. It's land is worth whatever people are paying for. So the land table got updated, and you can see the value says 61,938. That does not include the value of the building. So the total market value of this property for the current year is 72,200. So, I mean, if this building was worth $11,000, which it
Okay,
can't be, then it would be in excess of this number anyway. So it's
okay, you went up my land.
Hang on, because let's let Landon or Aaron finish his presentation, and then we'll switch back to you.
yeah, and then as far as the equity comps, those were picked because they're the point of an equity analysis is to figure out if we're applying our methods to your property, the way we're applying them to other people's property. And it's not even an appraisal test, it's a legal test. And the equity grid puts out a number of 71,152, which is below the market value, indicating it should be adjusted to 71,150. That's what we do. The last thing, by the way, is the sales ratio report, and I don't have to remind the board that these are not costs. This is intended to be a summary of a ratio analysis of all one. Okay, Cheryl, you have 4 minutes. If you want to
Okay,
ask some questions.
so thank you. You're saying that you have applied the land values and everything uniformly to make sure that everybody's values are the same, correct?
No,
Okay, well, I'm just gonna tell you that right next door, not the depot, but there's 2 office buildings. They are both at like $6.99, $7, $8. There's another piece that's at $8.50. There's several pieces that they're not valued at $10.20 a square foot at all.
okay,
And so that's why I'm contesting my price at $10.20, because there's everybody around me, right on the immediate area, is not at $10.20.
okay. Let's look at the, Scott, can we look at the land table? I just want to see if there's any kind of adjustments in here. Some kind of ancient adjustment. Yeah, thanks. All right, so it's on the Magnolia North land table, 5,000 square feet, unit price is $10.20. The adjustments 1 across the board.
And 101 North.
If you're looking at unit price, it's possible that the ones you're looking at are bigger. Are they bigger?
Well, yeah, but they're valued, not necessarily, because one is valued.
I'm
in
not
2
asking
separate
about
parcels.
some hypothetical ones, are they actually bigger? If they're bigger, the unit price is.
They're 2 separate parcels then. You have one valued at $6.99 and one valued at $8. Concrete.
Let's see how big they are. But how big is it? How many square feet is it? Okay, so yeah, the one, I don't know how, they must have remembered or whatever, what number you were talking about.
101 North Magnolia.
Okay, it's 16,000 square feet. So the bigger,
2 parcels.
right, but they're 2 land segments.
So you broke it down
Two
into
lands.
2 lands.
Yeah,
And then there's 1007 East North, it's at $7.
okay,
That's right next door.
okay,
That is about the same size as my concrete there. It's just a parking lot.
what was it, which one was that?
It's just a tad bit more, it's not a whole lot.
Which one was that? We'll look at it.
17628. And another one, 105 North Magnolia and 101.
It's much bigger. So yeah, the ones you're looking at what you're seeing is called the economy of size. Whenever you buy a larger piece of land, you're gonna pay less per foot. It's gonna be worth more overall, but it's gonna be worth less per unit.
Okay, but then you should value all of mine together as one and value it less because I have more. The 3 properties in front of me.
Are they adjacent?
Yeah, they're all together.
Sure, and we should look,
Yeah. So I mean, it's like the office building next to, which is where Gary Gate is, they're valued at $850. I mean, so all around me is less. And I mean,
It probably is just that it's so small.
and also, I mean, I've got photographs that can show you the concrete, it's not worth any, I mean, you absolutely can't do anything with it. All I can do with it is still do what I'm doing with it, put rope and nautical stuff over there. The concrete is all cracked and there's numerous photographs that show that.
Yeah, they would sell as one economic unit. Yeah, this piece of property would convey with the septic, for sure.
No, it absolutely will, because I won't sell it any other way.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And she said she won't sell it otherwise, so. It is.
So I think that we're okay that it should be considered as one. And
Yeah, there's a process for that. Scott, do you know what, where it would land?
I can see.
yeah, so what they're gonna do is consider effective size.
If you, it's just fine.
And how much time do
And the land table.
Okay, well, I don't know what all the other board.
For that area. has
Well, just look at
breakdowns
this.
Based on.
Oh,
I don't know how they are. I can tell you the schedule. Schedule is 10,000, 10,875, 15,007, and then cover that is.
It's gonna hit.
And I've been doing this for when I saw.
Or over. I don't know.
Well, it's not gonna hit 1 million, so it's gonna be 7.
No, 5, 10. It's gonna be 20. It's gonna be 20.
The whole thing is one economic.
It's gonna be 20.
Right, so it's gonna hit 7, and it's gonna be.
No, it's gonna be 5. I'm telling you, it's gonna be 5.
20 there is.
I'm gonna sign it, so I can talk really, I've been biting my tongue.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, well, that would be, yeah. And, they just put that up there.
No, but this is, I mean, that has. My name is Mike Soto, I do solemnly swear affirm that testimony shall be presented to the president of the board for the Aransas County President is true and correct. There's a couple of things I'd like to say in rebuttal to that. One, the economic unit for the garage carport metal thing, not metal thing, that is adjacent behind the residence that was just looked at. That could be argued that could be part of the home or the homestead at some point. It is currently not under the homestead. And then I just want you to be aware that one of the next things that will be discussed will be the old business that is to the south, which is, I think it's called the busted, what is it called?
Busted pot.
It's called the Busted Pot. Well, that's definitely a business, and it's not an economic unit as it relates to the home itself. And so you have to be careful. You've done things, or this board has listened to things where they go, oh, here's a house, but you have this lot behind it, and it should be one economic unit. That sells pretty easily. Like, basically, that whole idea sells pretty easily, but it does not transmit when you talk about the house. This garage unit was 5,000, and then trying to add on this additional square footage for one economic land unit, because they might not sell that. And that's important. That's all I'm gonna say. There's no problem with you taking this 5,000 square foot land parcel with this little garagey thing and putting it with the house, as far as not even on the same parcel, but you can just check the box and say it should feed off of that larger unit, 15,000. And so the price per unit would be more congruent with the house. But to say that it includes the business to the side, I would have a problem with that. You're gonna hear that in just a minute. So that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, I'd like to rebut that in that there's an obvious fence that's built with a concrete perimeter around it. It's a 2-foot perimeter. That's not going anywhere. So
Which-
that is not part of our home. I built the fence
Well,
to
then
make sure that the
that-
business.
That, and that's fine, if it's not part of your home, and that's argument, that's counter to what you just indicated.
I didn't ask for it to be part of my home.
You asked for it to be considered.
No, I asked for it to be considered with the other business property.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So then it would not be considered, it would stand by itself, according to her testimony.
Well, it's part of the business. We conduct business on that lot. There's rope, there's nautical stuff. If we have stuff on that lot that is part of the business. And I understand what he's trying to say is that I could take that in and make that a part of my home, and I can't. Not very easily because I built the fence to make sure that that is not done. I mean, if I wanted to tear all the buildings down, I guess I can take full of it into the house.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see, Scott, if you can zoom out and touch, because we have 4 parcels.
There are 3 for the business.
Okay, there's a total of 4 parcels, and you also have at some point been trying to work in 204, which is the homestead.
No. I mean, 204, we've already disposed of.
Okay, so let's make sure then the 3, okay, those 3 are.
Okay, we're currently on 17631.
Yeah.
I'll just say this, 17631 can be fairly called busted pot jumping, as can we go to. This is busted pot jumping, so with this, and so with this.
Right.
This is the house. But I think what she's asking is for this to be considered this way.
One unit.
From a land perspective.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes, that's exactly what
Okay,
I'm
thank
asking.
you for clarifying.
And
that.
my thing is, how you said I would not sell this separately.
No.
That is relevant.
Because we've been asked and it was declined.
What did you get asked for?
We asked if we would split it off. and
I'm asking, what did they offer?
They didn't, they just asked if we would do it and we said no. There was no offer made. We just,
The
like I
highest,
said,
yeah.
they just asked if we would do it. My realtor told them no and said, but I'll ask. And the answer was no.
Okay, so where we're at here is.
So if you add those up,
Right.
where does that, just those 3 lots, how does that come in?
The total market value ends up being 56,200. For the whole, the parcel we're talking, about. Market value,
Just the one.
56.
56,200.
Okay. And
No, for 1763.
right. And that's 21,200 for the improvement. Okay, which I'm not even gonna call it anything other than improvement.
Well, yeah, and from border.
Yeah. Okay, so that brings the if we did the math of 26,000.
Yeah.
For land. Okay. Now,
Oh, 26 for land and 21.
well, it doesn't really matter from the standpoint of what if we're going to make this, accept any adjustments, it's gonna be a number for improvement and in land. That's the same discussion we had earlier with.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, so is it appropriate? At this point, are all these 3 parcels the same size land-wise? No, they're not.
No, because the third one was replatted, so my dad could build the big metal building.
Yeah. Okay, at some point, I think we're gonna wanna come up with a number for the land, adjusted land value of 622.
I don't think
and
that's,
622. You don't think we'll have to?
but that's okay, we can deal with this one. And then get
Oh,
I'm afraid we can do.
okay, that's fine. I was trying to,
I mean, if they're gonna consider it all as one, then that's not even gonna be an issue.
anymore, then we can just talk about the structures.
It would be an issue or would be a consideration if it caused the land value on those other two to potentially go down.
Well, I think that's what Eamon is saying, is that it's, yes, it's going to, but I think they're gonna take care of that on their end. I mean, as far
Okay,
as,
so the adjustment on the land on this parcel will essentially be made on an equity basis, not really on a market value basis. It's being made on the, basically the explication of the fact that this property is not getting scale with the size of the, the chunks it would sell in, the same way other properties on the street are, which would fall under the equity statute under being appropriately adjusted, right? So you take the other properties, which in this case would just be other pieces of land that are on Magnolia Street, and then there's enough of them, they're similarly situated, as the land on Magnolia Street, the appropriate adjustment would be, right? So it's just an equity argument. That's all it is. It's not a market value argument. The district does not think that this property is appraised under market value, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about equity, which is a separate thing. Not even really an appraisal concept. It's just legal loophole for fairness.
So are we going to combine these?
No.
Oh, these don't need to get merged. No, the property owner can ask to merge.
Okay, so. Do you have anything else off?
no, I think Eamon and I are in agreement,
Okay.
just the wording is different.
Do you have any other thing to close with? On this particular account? Okay. So my suggestion is. We're looking at 56,200 for this account,
Mhm.
and that's my suggestion on the motion. Are you guys okay with it?
So we're reducing it from 72,200 to 56,000.
Correct.
That's fine.
Let's make sure Ron and Joanne are okay. Yes, all right.
All right, I'll make the motion up the account, case ID 2022, there's 195. At 176.41, spending of the grand review there, or if the situation from the protest from the district. The currently of the value of 72,200 be reduced to 56,000.
One second. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, so you understand what happened with that particular part of that? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before you go on to, before you go on to the next account, I understood that one of the things under protest for the previous account, which is 17634, which was the homestead.
Yes.
I understood that there was a box that was checked for homestead. And that Eamon said that there was a homestead on the property, but did you make a ruling on that?
No, there was nothing for us to rule on because that's not under our purview to do.
It had,
Yeah, but you have to rule on,
It has been in place. She just wasn't aware of it.
are you, but it was explained to Mrs. Matlock and she understood that?
Yes.
So there's no conflict?
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry. Somebody told me that there might be a question, so that's the only question.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
the question was,
Did it have a homestead?
exact,
Okay, got it.
and that was the job.
Okay,
Thank you. Okay, we are now going to commence a hearing on case ID 2022-1394, account number 17632, which is 205 South Magnolia. And let me bring that up.
Incorrect classification codes. Nothing has changed since the last. At ARB hearing 6 months ago. Please provide. AC property appraisal sheet.
I already have that.
So we have that. So what are we trying to change here?
Well, I believe the income valuation has been applied to this property as far as what I could rent it for. I have numerous photographs that will show you that it's not rentable. And the interior is completely gutted. I've got photographs that are all labeled. We did try to put a roof on it, used a city contractor or a contractor that was registered with the city. Well, he had insurance, but not for a commercial roof. So we tried to go back on his insurance and they said no. So the roof has never been windstorm. It cannot be windstorm roof, has to be completely redone. So the building, so we've done nothing with the building. We just gutted it. It still leaks when it rains. We try to flex seal where we can for now. Because honestly, I don't want to put any more money in a building that really, I'm going to, if we don't sell and we wind up doing something, I will tear it down. Right now it's being used for one small portion for my store. That glassware in there, nothing much that will get hurt if it gets wet. And then I have some storage with personal storage in the shop area. All the areas leak. There's no AC, there's no insulation, there's no flooring, there's no ceiling, there's no nothing. Also, it is not stucco, it's cinder block. I have photographs of the cinder block to show you all the walls. What they did is it's not really stucco, they did a texture over the cinder block so they could paint it so that it didn't look like cinder block. So it's got like a texture on it, but it's still cinder block and I have a bunch of people going in. And then a cinder block is a lot less than it's stucco. And plus the building's 1932, it's or 39, something like that. And it's just a building, and right now we're using what we can until we can't do it anymore. And at that point in time, if I haven't sold it, we'll probably try to put up another one there, but it needs to be, I mean, honestly, if I had the money to tear it down, build another building. So right now, we're just using a very small portion for the store. The rest of it is just storage. And I've got pictures, you can see like the rafters, you can see that the walls are somewhat disintegrating, the textures and all of that, the cement that they put on the wall is all disintegrating off.
This is 17632. Yeah, this is the main building.
No, not that one.
Yeah, he's.
205.
No, there's a button.
He's switching.
Oh, okay.
Right here, one.
There's that.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, they're all labeled as what they are. And that's just some of the places where it leaves. Go to the, actually, we took that.
So the entire space you're using some small portion.
I'm using one small portion for the storage, not even half the building. That's where we have dishware and stuff that if it gets hurt, it gets wet. And then I have more photos that I had to add at the last minute that were just to show that the exterior, interior walls were cinder block. That's gonna be those right there. That's just to show you the deterioration of the.
Yeah. Scott, can you pull up our evidence? Yeah, last year was 113 bucks. In 22. It's 257,000. Scott, can you go to the page one? Or I guess I'm kind of in the middle of one more. Middle of who knows what time. Okay, so this, go to one more page. This is the current listing for this property. And I guess I'll just ask. You have anything to say about what it's listed?
Yeah, I do. We listed it as a feeler, put it out there. We knew we were high. on it. You can't really use my listing as evidence.
You listed it for 10 times what you think it's worth.
Well, no, not necessarily, but we did list it high. I mean, I took,
10 times.
well, that's not just the one building, that's everything.
And so I bought my house about a year ago for 225,000. I would not list my house for 2.2 million.
I will tell you that we were putting feelers out to find a developer to develop it.
That would offend a developer. on
No, because we
$200,000.
told everyone that we were looking for an offer as far as for development and wanted to partner with someone to develop it. So we kept it high in order to, I guess, alleviate tire kickers. So someone who actually had a serious offer would come forward with a serious offer and say, okay, I'm willing to offer this amount. We've had offers, but they weren't what we wanted.
Why didn't you list it for 10 million?
Because
Okay,
that
right.
actually would not ever be doable.
So $2.3 million is doable.
I don't know that it's doable. I'm just telling you that you can list anything for whatever you want if it
But
happens.
you listed this for $5 billion.
No, I don't.
Why not?
Because it wouldn't sell. It's kind of like
You're saying it
eBay.
would sell,
I said it wouldn't.
saying at this price.
No, I don't, it hasn't. I mean, it's like eBay. You can list anything for anything you want. It doesn't mean you're gonna sell it.
I
So,
agree, the listing price is not,
but you are not, that is not even
This-
supposed to come in.
is the end of the road for me believing this is a 200,000. This is embarrassing. This is ridiculous.
Have you looked at the
This
building?
one, if it sells for anywhere close to
It won't.
this can cause our entire school district to fail our property value study, single-handed.
Well, and it
There's
goes off the
one
market this month. It's going off
This
the
is
market.
the study window. June to June. I'm not exaggerating when I say the sale of this for anywhere close to could be the first domino in our school district having to write a check for $700,000.
The school district doesn't have anything to do with the market.
That's what our job is.
I
To assess
understand
property
that, but-
value so taxing units can levy the appropriate taxes on property according to what it's worth.
You're using the
And what
income
this
value.
means is if your property was $2 million and we have it at 200,000. And the average price of a home in this county is $250,000, there are 9 taxpayers paying your taxes for.
I'm
That's
just
what that
telling you,
means.
you have it as an income value and there
I'm
is
just
no
saying
income value
we
on
are-
it at all.
Hilarious on this.
No,
It's
no, you're not.
crazy how.
No,
This is a major,
you are
Major
valuing
problem.
it, you are valuing it based on the income. And it is not possible to rent that building. It's not possible to rent it, Eamon. There's no rental value in that property.
totally disagree. And if so, it's as
You think
dangerous as
someone
you
would
say.
rent it, you think someone would rent it with no AC, no restroom, no insulation, no flooring, no ceiling?
Yes, because I think it's truly unique, eclectic, fun, and iconic stuff.
Only if you were doing something like what I'm doing.
But it's for your vision. Right here, it says it can be your legacy, your fresh vision,
But I didn't
your
write
vision.
that,
It also says the busted pot business and goods may be negotiated separate.
yes.
There's no brand value in that number. None. There's no inventory. There's no
You're trying to
revenue,
use
there's no
my
staff.
listing against me and
Yeah, let's try and get back on track. I'm also confused too, this says 235 and 11, is that $20 billion?
it's not, no.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be, I shouldn't say that. The listing price, whatever it is that intended to encompass all 3 of those?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
But the
so
listing expires this month and it is going off the market because the market has changed a great deal since we listed that. So the market has-
Not gone down 90%.
It has gone down a great deal. Yes, it has. As far as, and there are not as many people developing because interest rates are so high right now. So that's why we are pulling it off the market. And this is the last month it'll be, I think it goes off the market like on the 26th.
Okay, so the other thing is, what you said, this is being appraised using the income method.
Yes, saying that the building can be rented.
What was it last year?
It was,
No. What method was used last year to appraise it?
I came in here and they argued that it could not be, they said that it could not be rented. One of the exact comments was, is their idea of rentable and ours two different things.
So the prior year, it was on an income basis, but it was categorized as being retail space.
Yes.
And so it was changed to being a warehouse. And that was a mistake. It was dumb to buy into that. But then I bought into it. And I got taken for a ride.
The rental, no, you can't rent that property. It's not rentable. It has no air conditioning, no way to even vent the air but a front door. There's no windows that open. There's no ceilings, no walls, no floors, no insulation, no nothing. There's running water and one toilet that is not air conditioned. I mean, what I have. to
So
listen
our
for is a value.
valuation has this thing being a class 2 warehouse. It's just a warehouse. Something like 2,100. No, that's where the $257,000 valuation comes. Oh, yeah.
No, you're on the right one, the middle one. Yes.
I mean, you have my building valued at, okay, if you look at 105 North Magnolia, just next door, you have it valued at $70.54 a square foot. You have my building valued at 76% of that value. And it's not even anywhere close to that. The same thing with 101 North Magnolia. You have it valued at $87.89 a square foot. My value is 61% of that.
Okay.
My
so
building's not even half of that building.
Our
not at all.
position is, from an equity perspective, this is being treated the same as every other class 2 warehouse. It's the exact same rent rate, the exact same cap rate as every other class 2 warehouse.
Okay, but
From
you
an
have,
equity perspective, not market. From the equity perspective, it's being treated exactly the same, as every other warehouse, assuming that this thing really is a warehouse.
it is, if you
From
look
a
at the
market
market,
value perspective, just this list is,
you cannot
very-
use my listing
I
for
absolutely
evidence. No, you can't.
I have to.
You can't.
You're asking me to ignore.
No, I'm not, Dana. But you're like, even the Rockport Pilot Building, it's cinder block. You have it valued at $30.77 a square foot. I valued it more than that. And I don't even have any finishings at all in that building.
Yeah, why don't you put all this stuff when you're selling it? Why don't you explain to
Dana
everybody?
has
that
all
it
that.
needs to be
She,
destroyed?
Dana has all that.
I mean, why aren't you selling this for $750 a foot for the lot minus the?
Dana
cost of the
has all of
building?
the information. I'm not the broker. I'm doing what she and
So-
they discussed.
In the previous case, it was brought up that the other property should be considered as an economic unit with the rest of it. Because she wouldn't sell it by itself. And whether or not she would be willing to sell it has a direct impact on the value of the lot. If she's not gonna sell this property for $250,000, it's not worth $250,000. And if you list something for over 10 times what we have on it, it can't be right.
Well, I'm
Cannot
not
be.
saying that the price is right. I'm just saying, that's, you know.
That's what's under protest. in the
well,
market now.
No, I am protesting the fact that you don't have me consistent with everything that's around me. You're classifying me, you're on 301 South Austin.
You're apparently aware.
301 South Austin, okay, these are all finished buildings. You have them valued at 72.54 per square foot. My value is being valued at 74% of that. I don't have anything inside there.
It's because last year we bought into the story that it was a warehouse.
I didn't tell you it was a warehouse. I told you the other building was a warehouse. This one we talked about, this one we talked about was because of the structure. It was destroyed by ARB.
Guys,
Sorry, but we need to
yeah.
move on.
So I'm trying to look at the income worksheet. And part of the discussion I heard is maybe some disagreement with the net rentable area. Which on one hand, you said it's not the whole square footage.
It's not even half. It might be a quarter.
So even if I just count the fact that it's not heated, it's not cooled, it's got crappy ventilation, you know, it's whatever. I would, I mean,
And it needs
Tell me
$60,000
I'm-
new roof.
out of left field by saying if at a minimum, I would just take the net rentable area and cut it in half and recalculate it. What's wrong with that idea?
What's wrong with it is that it would lower the market value of this property.
Yes.
This property is hilariously undervalued. It's so undervalued, it's insane. This is measurable incompetence. Wow.
Why did we not have the same discussion on the other account?
Because the other account has no rental. The other, if this whole thing sold as an economic unit, nobody measured the parking lot size for rentable square footage. So because it's a separate thing, it's ancillary to the sale of these two things.
You're saying it was not an income value.
It would be considered like excess. It would just be added.
No, I'm saying if it wasn't value, I mean, I think my basic would be worth same amount, one more.
But well, of course, it's worth what it transacts for.
Well,
Yeah.
but you have, I mean, if you look at the square footage of every other building around me, and you've got me valued at more than half of each one of those, and I don't even have a finished building per square foot. There's a cinder block building, the pilot's right across the street from me, exactly cinder block building. I mean, he's valued at $30.77 a square foot.
So we're flip flopping.
No, I'm not flip-flopping.
It's not a market value, it's an equity.
Well,
You have to
no,
be-
it is a market value argument. I mean,
Telling
From a
them,
market value standpoint, I think it's justified the way you have it, right? From an equity, we haven't really talked about an equity argument.
so in the equity test is to find similar properties and have them appropriately adjusted.
Yes.
Well, how would you adjust it? This one would have to be adjusted to be a WHS2, something with a rent rate of $6 a foot per year. Which
you have
all the other warehouses.
$54 a square foot.
So if you look at our equity grid, they're all the same lease. Anything that's classified the way this thing's classified, which is wrong, is treated the exact same way.
You can't classify it as a warehouse because the roof leaks throughout.
I agree with you, it's way nicer than there.
You come in my store and I'll be happy to show it to
Okay,
you.
what is your opinion about it?
I mean, the income value, I think, is negated in the fact that it is not rentable. I mean, whether he says it's rentable or not, it's not rentable at all.
Do you have an opinion about it?
I do not. I just am telling you what everything around me is valued at. And he's got me at 61%. One here is at 76%, 74% of those values. And then he's got me valued higher than the Rockport pilot that has finished space per square foot. So where is the equity in that? In that I'm being treated differently than every property around me?
Yeah, I don't know how to make an adjustment. if you
All
have an
because he
opinion.
doesn't like the fact that my broker listed it for a very, very high
That's a
price.
market value question.
I mean, I'm only doing what my broker told me she thought she could do. Like I said, we were looking for a partner on it.
Last year annual was 113,410
Yes.
No, y'all took it down.
And the argument was, it's not like what's.
No.
It's worse.
The argument was is that the building was in such a state because you had one of your own people was saying that the argument was that if the state of the building would prevent it from being rented because he said, and I quote, our idea of what can be rented and rental value and yours are two different things.
All right, we're on our time. I don't know where to go.
So Aaron, just to clarify, you feel that 257.9 is possibly low.
I know,
It's too low. You think it's too low.
What was it dropped from last year? What was the
What was the reason?
About the same
No,
thing.
not the
Yeah.
reason, I don't.
What was the value for prior year? 113,000.
No, it was dropped from about the same rate, is what she's asking. What was it dropped from?
Is that what you're asking, what was noticed at in 21, or are you asking about when it was certified?
She came in here.
Yeah.
To have the price drop.
Yeah.
What was it being dropped from?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what the notice value was in 21.
Okay.
Somewhere around the same value,
Somewhere around 57.
or just under, probably a little bit under. Because they use the income method again. On it.
Well, okay, so this is just totally out of my backside here. I was splitting the difference on improvements and using the land value. I come up with 197,405. I don't know of any other way to. Yes, yes. Okay, I took the difference, you know, I went halfway between 85.9 and 206. Which was 146, 146.05. Is that difference, and you know, right in the middle, and adding in the 51 gets me 197.405. I can't defend it, I can't. It's just an approach.
I agree, but I don't think.
And this is partly why. Well, anyway.
This is why we get the big bucks.
Well, yeah, right.
You know, I hear what you're saying, but it seems like that's low. But I don't know either.
Yeah, and part of the rationale that makes me not have a total meltdown is the state of the property. Okay, looking inside and the amount of, you know, lack of amenities, whatever.
I'm okay with one.
Yeah. I'm surprised the land is that cheap personally, 51,000.
That's consistent with the other parcels around here.
During
The
that was like,
197.
Let's go with that.
all right, on this account, which is case ID 2022. Yeah, number 17632. And it's the thing of the credit review board, somehow conclusion on this, and in consideration of value of the land, and the value of improvement, and we have the value of 197,200,000.
I'll second. All in favor? Anybody opposed?
Did I hear 197,200?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yeah, because I said. Okay. You got that, Scott?
197,200?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, that closes that hearing. We are. Go get a drink. Okay, we're opening. Sounds interesting outside. It looks dark.
It's actually not raining.
Yeah.
That's why I went out there. I couldn't remember what I left on.
Yeah, I know. I look like crap.
The front's coming through.
Okay, I'm sorry. We'll
That's
get back on track.
Okay.
Last hearing, we're commencing hearing on case ID 2022-1393. Count number 17633. Which is 211 South Magnolia. You like to go first, or would you like the district?
Oh,
Okay.
No, I think you want to clarify what's the funding for the bills.
Yeah,
Other check that says, I want credit
no.
specified correctly to you file.
No, that's not on this one. That's, I think I filled out one form and just.
Oh, you just.
Sorry.
I'd rather them.
Oh, yeah, no, don't worry about that.
So what are you?
Okay, so the value for one thing, again, so I have, you've seen pictures of there's pictures in this file of the main building, which is a metal building. There's no restroom, no water. There's just electric. That's it. There's nothing else. The little building up front with the pink doors, there's no power, no water, no nothing. The roof, as you can see, we patched it. Again, we using Flex Seal to try to keep it from leaking. We don't have anything in there that if it got wet, it's gonna be, ruined. We tried to patch it as much as we can. The half that roof, or 3/4 of that roof was just storage and hardening. So we just put it back enough so that we could just keep like some tools and few nautical things in there, stuff that didn't matter if it got wet. So they actually have that building, the little one, $1.90 a square foot more than the big building. And that just is, I have no clue why. So yeah, again, he's using the income method. We've never, ever rented the property. These properties have never been rented in more than 25 years. My parents have owned it for 21 of those years. And then before that, the business was closed because Miss Camille's Iris Penley passed away and the property sat vacant for quite some time. So like I said, the front building is $1.90 a square foot more than the back building. And that building, like I said, has zero electric, zero water, no insulation. Neither one of them, I mean, there's insulation, it's just what they only put in there that they have to. But you can see there's a bunch of pictures.
I'm talking about the front building.
The back building is, he showed you one of the pictures of that. There's some photos in there. There's photos of the main building. No, that's not the right one. Okay.
11,
Yes, sir.
Okay, so those are the metal building pictures of the inside. And
This is actually,
that's the building, the main building, the big
Okay.
building. Okay, so there's only electric to it, and the white stuff is what they put in on the walls when they built it. It's somewhat insulation, but not really. Because the wire is all that holds it there, and it's only about that big. So, there's no running water to that building. Only electric. That is the small metal building there. And there's gonna be pictures that you can see. It's pretty much a lot of the stuff is rusted out. There's a lot of rusted beams. You can see where we tried to patch things. It's just, it's an old building. It was built in 1984. I'm surprised that it's not rusted through.
so the small building is the one that fronts on.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's, like I said, it's valued at $1.90 more a square foot than the main building. But like I said, we've never rented any of it. These properties have never been rented in more than 20 years. That's why I'm saying that the income method is irrelevant, because there is no rental history ever on those properties.
Sure.
Yeah, pretty much our position is the same, as the other one. Mostly, I point out when this thing does transact, and it gets closed on and it gets financing and there's an appraisal done. The appraiser will have no problem doing income approach on this property. No problem.
Well, that won't happen very soon.
It doesn't matter, because what I'm saying is, the fact that it's not being leased has no impact on whether or not you can do an income valuation. My actual opinion, I think the entire thing, the whole thing, all three parcels, or really 950 to $1 million. I think it's listed for way more than But I think our number on it is also incredibly. But our number at the beginning of 2 years ago was a lot closer to what it really is. Where we're at. But other than that, our evidence is pretty much.
I'm just gonna tell you that it's never been rented in 25 years and it will never be rented. And like I said, he's got the small building valued at $1.90 a square foot more than the metal building. And the metal building, is valued, 1890, no, the small building is 1897, so the other one is 1707. So, and like I said, it's. And then again, the land value, but I think we've taken care of that and that they're going to. Treat it as a larger parcel. So, and many of the properties that they use to get those, I mean, it's not located on a highway, it's not located on downtown corridor, it's not located waterfront, it's not a condominium, it's not a storage unit. So all of those are properties that should have zero to play in finding a value.
You're, you want Since ARB's time to consider opinion potentially more than where it is, substantially lower than others.
I think these buildings are in a better condition than,
Right.
and I think that should be taken into consideration.
Rates from 163 to 210. It seems to me that we decided to go with all that, that was appropriately, if not lower than where it should be. Motion to take by 2022, dash 1393, kind of 17633. 211 South William Street, protester from the district, and if it was a trade review opinion, and the calling on the value of $210,450 per square.
Okay, on there,
Aye.
any opposed? Okay, that closes that one.
Can I ask, you're still gonna treat the land price as a larger parcel or all one?
The value is gonna be for 22, whatever was moved on by the board. So whatever values they made a motion on for each parcel is how your bill will be calculated.
So I have the same issue with the land, but I thought you had said that you were already going to address that.
So at the end of an ARB hearing, there's a motion made for market value, which is a specific definition in the tax code, and it's what is applied. There's an assessment process, homestead or some kind of other sort of thing going on, and then the tax rate gets applied to that. If the value is lower than what you were noticed at, the tax office is gonna have to recalculate that because it's after the bill is. So if this one didn't, I think this one didn't change, right? So this one will, I don't even know if they would send you another bill saying it's the same, I don't know. The others will be readjusted, and if you've already paid your taxes, it will be.
Well, I was talking about how we were gonna treat the land as one,
This is
as a
gonna
large
get fixed.
parcel. Okay.
This is, I'm not leaving this. I can't. This year is a study year for the property tax assistance division comes in every 2 years to look at our values and make sure that we're not leaving enormous amounts of property value out of the levy for local tax units. And this is one of those properties. We've been dinged in the past for it. It's expensive. It's time consuming. The school district ends up paying literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines because they're saying you're taxing the homeowner Joe at 200, but his house sold for 200. But big building owner Bob over here sold his place for $3 million and you got him at 800,000. So all these homeowners paying his taxes. So we can't say that, it's not right.
Well, you gotta diversify the sales tax. And that,
Everybody's gonna pay their taxes.
I pay for it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh,
That is, yes. We need a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Okay, I'll second. Anybody opposed?
All in favor?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, December 7th. And I gave,
You'll give us the time for sure.
yeah, as we get closer, we'll hone in on the specific start time. I gave Peggy the bad news. Oh, okay.
And what
Yeah,
did she say?
She said, I didn't step back or quick enough, so. Okay, that's these two, and you've got some donations, yeah, okay.
That's one, before anybody left, let's say bye. It is raining quite heavily out there.
Oh, shoot.
Yes. So feel free to hang around if you don't want to get out of the rain.
I just want to go see the rain.
Yeah.
I think my friends, sorry, so unusual. I love rain.
We need it,
This is better than others.
Thanks, guys.
we need it, but I don't.
Thank you.
And, yeah,
We'll see her again next year.
and I'm sure. Well, yeah. Okay, I had talked about trying to do some discussion or whatever with the district on income method. I was gonna work in business, personal property and so on. We had some, I think, a misunderstanding where I think Mike thought we wanted training. I wasn't looking for training because we get training from comptroller, but more a discussion and explanation of evidence, format of evidence, and where numbers come from, that kind of stuff. 'Cause I don't know how to adjust stuff. Look at the income worksheet, it's just like, this goes up, perhaps there, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, in retrospect, I decided that we'll just cover this in our session that we'll do for next year. And I don't want to drag you guys back through a discussion like that session we had at the beginning of this year. But I do want to work in DPP and income discussion. So I will have one new member anyway.
I won't be here, but I think you can help because it's 62.
It is, and
There's gonna be 4 in there.
Okay. And yeah. Did I not sign the other one anyway before?
I didn't have the Medill one in there. They were here, but then I thought, well, you know what?
see you on the
It'd
seventh.
probably be more proper to send it to anyway. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah, have a good Halloween and Thanksgiving.
What's that?
Think about how weather.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it?
I don't think it was bad.
Not so bad right now.
All right, see you later.
That was a tough one. I really didn't know what to do with it. Really,
Well,
we're just being honest, I was like.
there was a lot of mixing of metaphors here with talking about square footage and, pricing square foot and so that. And that doesn't match well when you're looking at an income worksheet and so, one breath they were talking about that and another breath they're talking about income worksheet and.
Yeah, I think and also the market value is on the building. Everything else, right?
Yeah,
So, I was confused, to be honest.
all right.
My snakes, I don't know.
So I don't know if you're gonna go, did you get any, Joanne said she invited everybody
Yeah.
at the end of the month.
And I'm gonna dress up in.
No, we don't. I asked about that as well when I talked to
I
her.
don't dress up.
Yeah, And, and that was the other reason why I did check into the thing on open meetings. If
Oh.
we were all gonna show up, I was worried.
So is this just for us or?
Oh, no, she's got a lot of other folks that are coming, so.
Oh,
it's-
okay. Is that not actually Halloween? Oh, no.
It's right before Halloween. I don't know if it's the same day or not.
Um,
All right, good seeing you.
Okay. Just like to set up a little bit.
All right, good. Okey dokey.
So did you want to send the letter to Medill, or do you think since they weren't here?
We go ahead and send it. I don't see the problem with it. It's just- Because, yeah, they know they're gonna get something and, yeah, it just controls what we
Okay.
talk about. All right. No, okay, so let me give this to. Ten minutes? That's like my wife. Yeah, right. Okay, we got those letters?
We do.
Okay.
I think everything's fine.